Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. We are at the top of page 5. We're on the letter E and we're going into the spine, right? We're going into the spine, the energy dynamics of the spine. And so you've heard me talk about the spine for the ones that have done some of the past classes. And you could say that when we have a deep emotional release, the deepest place it comes from is from the spine. And part of the issue is we interact with our environment through, our senses and through our mind and all of this, but the big part is through energy projected and received into the spine and the spinal cord. So when you're interacting with somebody, there's information that's going into the spine, goes up to the brain, is processed, comes back down the spine, and then is expressed, right? So the potential for emotions and things like that to get stuck in the spine is substantial. Also, our ability to throw off lower vibrational energies, like say when we meditate and we pray or we have very positive experiences, is tied to how open or how contaminated the spine is. If the spine is open, your ability to throw off lower vibrational energies from the body and have the body increase in vibration, which is conducive for more of like higher faculty, higher nature kind of actions, is accelerated. And when it's not, then we tend to get stuck in our lower drives, our lower emotions, our lower nature, right? In a way, you could almost say, well, let's not say it. Then there's the aspect of Kundalini moving up, right? So we have divine energy, and then we have the energy that gets awakened down at the base of our spine and moves up, which helps to activate the energy centers, activates the chakras, makes them spin back and forth to a much higher degree, right? And then eventually energizes the brain and the nervous system, which is the refinement of our faculties. You could say your intelligence to a certain extent is how much of this energy goes up the spine and ends up in the brain. Your chakras, the size and the function of the chakras, is dictated about how much of this energy rises up and activates the centers, right? Your spiritual development, your higher faculties are not based on what comes down. It's about what actually rises up, right? So opening up the spine is actually a very significant thing to do. So what I'd like you to do, close your eyes and just reflect on something where it could be somewhere where you feel stuck, somewhere where there might be emotions that stir, somewhere where you kind of don't understand, like somebody's behaving in a particular way and you're like, I just don't get it. Like I don't get it, right? Whatever that might be, just reflect on those situations. Okay. Now, let go of reflecting on those situations. Sit with it in your body. How do you feel? Where do you feel it? Do you feel something in your chest, in your back? Your jaws? Wherever you feel it, just sit with it, observe it for a moment. Now the oils here, any form of cedar, Cedar Supreme would also work. The Cedar Trio would also work. Sorry, I didn't list them, but any form of cedar, Catrafé, rhododendron. Little side note, rhododendron is the official flower of Nepal. And then the spine blend or stagnation blend? Whichever one you choose, your awareness is on your body, wherever you feel that denseness, that heaviness, that tension, that agitation, or your awareness is just drawn to that area. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still with it. Your awareness is on your spine. If a spot jumps out in your spine, focus on that. If not, your awareness is on the whole spine. Long, slow, deep breaths. You're using the same oil. Which one are you using? Mhm. Mhm. Long, slow, deep breath. And then just be still. Just be still. Now think of those situations where there's maybe emotion or you're overwhelmed, you don't understand. Looking at them at this point is just helping you to process. Moving into, you could say, a better alignment. How'd that feel for you? Yeah. Very soothing, I always find. Okay, let it all go. Again, check in with your body. Don't really go where you think you should go. Go where, like, based on what you feel. Do you feel agitation? Do you feel heaviness? Do you feel like a tension, a clamping down, an agitation? Is there a part of your body that you're completely ignoring and not going, like going, no, I'm not going to go there. That's fine. And you don't even really look. That's probably an area to go to. And then begin inhaling. You're inhaling with your awareness on that area. Just be still, be aware, just let it go for a moment. Just let it incubate. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Either there's a spot in your spine that you're concentrating on, or your whole spine. And just pause and be still. Think of the situation or situations that you were thinking of prior. The areas where you didn't understand, where you felt you were overwhelmed, where you're potentially a bit emotional, like worked up. Let it all go. Just be still. Let it incubate. Just sit with your body. You're not inhaling anything. Sit with your body. Feel the areas in your body where there might be a little something, a little tension, a little agitation, clamping down, a tightness. You're just sitting with that area in your body. Wherever your awareness is, begin inhaling the oil, keeping your awareness on that part of your body. And then just be still. Just be still. Just be still. Just be still. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind. Now let's move on to number 2. So you're going to pull out Hyssop, Hyssop Supreme, or Chocolate Root Cleanser. Here we're diminishing the tendency to absorb negativity from other people and from the environment. In long, slow, deep breaths. You're not even directed anywhere right now. You're just taking some long, slow, deep breaths. Now, you're going to continue to inhale. Your awareness is across your bottom of your skull, the base of your skull, all the way across from side to side on the back. Like if you reach up with your fingers, you touch where your base of your skull is kind of meeting your neck, that area across the whole backside. Yeah. You're going across the whole bottom of the skull, go right to the center. If you poke around on the back of your head, right in the middle, there's a little indentation. This is associated with the medulla area. This is what you would call the medulla area, I guess. So poke around and you find that little indentation, or just the center across the back of the base of the skull, the center of that area. Your awareness is on that spot. Your awareness is on the back of your heart, which is the area between the shoulder blades, and the top of your head, the crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just let everything go. Just be still. Think of a situation like you were that is confusing. There was difficulty. It caused you to be a little bit emotional or a little triggered. Whatever it is, focus on it and just inhale the hyssop as you think of the situation. Or chopper root cleanser or whatever you're using. Hyssop Supreme. Yeah, I forget to not like a normal password. It's just like a sad kid.
Well, I think CRC is what's in the kit.
I just look down and see it's up and I go, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're focused on that person or situation. And then pause and be still for a moment. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is across the bottom of your skull, right? So from side to side on the back, your awareness is on that whole bottom of the skull area. Now focus in on the center, that medulla area, right in the center of the bottom of your skull, that little indentation area. You're focused in on that spot. Move that drain now. Mm. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that medulla area. Now go to your back heart, which is the area between your shoulder blades and your crown. Both at the same time, you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Keep your eyes closed. Don't try to focus on anything. Just let your mind, just let it incubate. Just let your mind do what it's going to do. Check in with yourself, check in with some of those situations. Let's share experiences and ask questions. You can unmute yourself, you could type in.
Can we ask questions about yesterday?
Let's do this first and then we'll do yesterday like right after.
Okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Trace.
Hey, Tracy.
Hey, well, this is about today and yesterday. Is that okay?
Yeah, let's try to keep it about right now at first. Just it's confusing to people. It's not confusing to me, it's just confusing. People get confused with what we're talking about.
Well, I guess the thing, so lately I've been hurting in these exact spots we were working on today. And so it felt very important to do this one and do it well.
Mhm.
And like I even put the chakra root cleanser on that area.
Okay.
As we were doing it.
Mhm.
And it really feels like it's starting to, it's almost felt like that it was tethered, but I know that sounds a weird thing, but it sounds
No,
like,
it doesn't sound weird at all.
okay,
No,
that's what
not at all.
it has been feeling like, is like there's this weird tether there.
Yeah.
And that seems to, I still feel it a little bit in the left, on the left side. And it kind of goes into my ears, but this has opened it up a lot.
Okay. The thing that I would say is that like old emotions, traumas, fears, stresses, just uneasiness with the environment, with people, all that you could say you could easily find that in the spine. You know, it's like it's where it kind of sits. It sits on some other places, but that has to go much deeper. But this is very, very deep. And that thing that we do with the second part where we're doing the chakra root cleanser or the hyssop, you know, we've talked about working that base of the skull a lot, right? And part of it is just getting people used to working that and then starting to change the nature of the autonomic nervous system. That is one of the areas that you can hit and make a person kind of have a shift, you could say. And that will impact respiratory function, it will affect the neck, it will affect the jaws, and it will even start to affect some of the brain function, especially a little bit more on the backside, but it can go farther forward. And that spot where we're focusing on the medulla, when that's properly open, your ability to let go of something is like on steroids. Like it's just like if you can open up that spot a little bit, I mean, that's part of what next weekend's about is going through and regulating all things, but you know, you're trying to like fortify and stimulate the vagus nerve, and in this area you're hitting the medulla, but it's where the vagus nerve comes out. There's these little channels right there, and when you hit that sweet spot, it stops speaking about like, oh, this is painful to let go. It's just like bloop, it just leaves, just gone. And you start having enough experiences in that spot. It could be physical issues, it could be pain, it could be a response to pain, it could be emotional pain, it could be stress, it could be when somebody's being really crappy towards you, like whatever it is. You know, at first you have to concentrate on putting your attention there, but after a while it's like it comes online. And then when it comes online, it's almost like you have your foot in another place, if that makes sense. And it takes a lot of training, it takes a lot of practice to be able to get there. But once it's there, the level of peace, even in the face of chaos or difficulty or harm or whatever, it's very different than when that's not open. You know, like you can have peace the other way, but it doesn't compare, if that makes sense.
It does make sense.
Yeah.
And I
So
definitely,
your tethered thing makes absolute sense.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, one of the, I keep going back to the situation at work and the employee. And I realized that yesterday that my brother has that same, especially growing up, he had that same energy.
Oh, sure.
And there was a one time where he threw me across the kitchen and bounced me off of the refrigerator.
Mhm.
And I think that I think that kind of resides back there. So letting that go is,
Well, I would say there's the physical trauma probably resides in there, and then also the dramatic change in your perception of your relationship with him
yeah,
is a much bigger one than the physical trauma.
Yeah.
Like much, much bigger. And so you know, those are things that like can really sit with you, kind of rock your perceptions and everything. And again, going to the spine, you know, you're opening up so that it's almost like it's got to get in to get out, right? Like otherwise it's just like stuck somewhere in the body. So you're working the spine, as soon as you work it in the spine, it just pops in and just pops right back out again. Like it's just like, okay, we made it. And then, so a lot of times you're not even aware of what's being released. But then when you go up and you hit that base of the skull, it not only helps to release the situation, it helps to release the pattern. Like your brother was just an ensemble that's been going on in this play that's been playing out for a very long time, right? You know what I mean? And like if you keep working that area at the medulla area, it's like you cancel the play. Like, okay, done. No more tickets are being sold. Like you're out of here.
yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
And I totally get the foot in another place.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's almost like it allows you to watch it versus
Yeah,
being in
you're not so in it. Like I always kind of use the term like you're not looking at it through the microscope. Like, it's all about right here, right now. When you step back, you're like, okay, big picture. This is just a breath in my life. You know, like whatever this is, it starts to be a much bigger picture, and you realize that person doesn't have the value in my life that I'm giving them. This situation doesn't have the value that I'm giving it. Like when your foot's in the other place, you realize this isn't the value that I think it is, like in a good way. You know, it's just like, yeah, I remember having this conversation with, it was an attorney of all people that, he was, what do you call those attorneys? Slip and fall attorneys. What do you call those kinds of attorneys? I can't remember. But
ambulance
basically,
chasers,
what's that?
ambulance chasers.
He wasn't quite an ambulance chaser, but he paid dues to the same place. You know what
Personal
I mean?
personal injuries.
Yeah, personal injury. There you go. He made this point one time, you know, because when I was doing all the whiplash cases, you know, we had to find patients. And so I interacted with a bunch of different circles of people. And this one guy, he was very, you know, attorneys get a bad rap sometimes. Like, you know, there are definitely ones that are like, he was a super good guy. He was a super good guy. And he made this point one time. He said the difficulty is like when somebody thinks they're going to get a settlement, they're motivated not to get better. Like, you know, so because we were talking about like doing this study and everything, he goes, so that is my first area of concern for, you know, our little project. And I was like, well, that makes sense. And he got really quiet, and you could tell it was being introspective, like on his career, not on like what we were doing. And he made this comment. He goes, you know, like sometimes people get into a car accident and he goes, it becomes obvious that this is the biggest thing that's ever happened to them in their life. And I'm not talking about like crazy bad car accidents. I'm just talking about like a kind of a, maybe they had to have some physical therapy or maybe they broke a bone or something like that, like moderate car accidents. But he made this comment. He's like, you can tell it's the biggest thing that's ever happened in their life. And then he goes, it's probably not the biggest thing that ever happened in their life, but in their mind, it's the biggest thing that's ever happened in their life. And I remember just being quiet with what he said. And he goes, are you okay? I go, I'm sitting with that because that sounds incredibly profound. And I'm just sitting with it. And as time went by, that unfolded, I was like, we all kind of do some version of that car accident where this person did this thing to me. Oh, it's horrible. And then, I've done it. I know I've done it. I've caught myself doing it. And I'm like, really? How bad is this situation? Really? I think I've told you guys that this one time, I'd been in this situation for a while. And let's just say it went south. I was being handed my hat. And so I left the situation and I was very upset. I was very hurt over it. And I remember like a year or two had gone by and I was having like kind of a hard talk with myself and, involved some work stuff. And so I was like, okay, I left this situation. Oh, the pain, they caused me so much harm. And then I was like, but I'm making more money. Okay, but the harm's somewhere else. My feelings were hurt because I was rejected by them and they didn't like me and everything. And then I was like, I really didn't like them. Like, I don't want to be like them. I never found that we were from the same tribe. And I was like, okay, but it's something else. And I kept going through every section of what happened. And me leaving that situation, however it happened, everything in my life got better because of it. And I was like, but I'm still upset. I'm still hurt. And the bottom line that I could come down to was, it's because I didn't choose it. Like somebody else chose it for me. And I was like, poor baby, my choice would be to be not doing as good every step of the way. And that somebody stepped in and goes, no, you can do better than that. Oh, poor baby. Like even that I couldn't say that's what really happened. And it was just a thing where I realized it was a little bit of a shock, although I saw it coming. Like it was still a little bit of a shock. And I felt a little sorry for myself, but every step of the way I was doing better. But in my mind, I was so harmed. And I was like, I can't come up with one area where I was harmed. There's nothing. It's just change. It was time for me to move on. It was the morning and it was time for me to shower and put on a new set of clothes. And I was kind of pouting about it. And I really started to think, how many times have I done that in my life? How many times have I gone, but I was so harmed, when really it was a gift. Like it was evolution. It was the next logical step, but I just wasn't ready. I was comfortable. I had some story in my head, whatever it is. Like for me, I don't know about other people, but for me, I had a story in my head, and I had to let go of the story. I had to shut the book and go, oh, wow. And part of how I got to that place was this practice right here, the spine. I sat there, I did the thing with the spine, and then I did the thing with the medulla, and then I was like, let's just look at this. And I went through and started looking at it. I was like, I have no complaints. if really, if anybody was causing me harm, it was me causing me harm by staying in that situation for so long. Like I should have been out, 5-10 years earlier.
That is the hardest thing, isn't it, to see the
Yeah.
gift in a situation?
And I don't walk around like thinking like, oh, we're all doing this. I don't know about everybody else. I know I do it. Like that's all that really matters. Like I always am on guard to like, am I doing that somewhere in my life? Is there something going on? Is there, it's just there sometimes. And the more you kind of catch yourself doing it, the more you just go, oh, here comes a story.
Yeah, I have a lot of those.
Yeah, we all do. We all do.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah. So like in the situation with the thing with your brother, you could sit with your brother and start doing the thing with the hyssop right off the bat. That will diminish the back and forth in the spine between you and the situation. And then at some point, just kind of think of the situation where like it can be kind of calm and stable in your mind, and then go right to that medulla and inhale with the hyssop. And you literally just kind of watch it float away.
Thank you so much.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, then Laura.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi. You starting out with saying, think of something that you don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
And I have been working energetically with family karma for quite a while. And I did a lot of crying in this space we just did. And I grew up in a home where there was, my father drank and my mother didn't. I was terrified, but I'd go to my mother and she would just dismiss it. So I've been doing a lot of energy work on my mother, not being there for me emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
And keeping me in that situation. And I think I've completed that. And what I'm recognizing is I have a daughter who, and that's who I started out with, who is very, something in our conversation or relationship gets triggered and energy comes towards me as blame. And I never understood why she was doing that, because I've always tried to be the best mother possible in my mind. But now I understand what she was going through, because I went through a divorce and her life changed. And she didn't see it as for the better, but at least then, but she does now. But what I'm saying is I would like for that understanding. It's been a big thing. I've been trying to understand everything and spent a lot of time on trying to understand, trying to get someone else to understand me. And in the process, I've been left out. I feel like I left out of the blessings. I'm left out of the love, that kind of thing. Not really, but there's that little part in there. And I just wanted you to explain maybe what this thing about not understand, this need to have, I know it's a mental thing, probably a lot, to understand what's going on where I can fix it. Maybe that's it. And I can't fix it. I got to see it in myself and love it as it is the way I'm seeing it. Do you see it that way?
I'm like, explain that last little piece a little bit better.
it's my own lack of understanding that was trying to make everybody happy, get everybody's approval. But I really, what I was doing was looking out there for the loving, and I couldn't get it because I couldn't let it in because I didn't understand my part in it. That
Yeah, I think what you're trying to say is like, you know, a lot of times we're doing something where it's an external process when really what we're talking about is an internal process. And regardless of the details of what we're doing externally, at some point it has to be able to come in to be able to be processed. And so, you know, the different details of it, you know, just the idea of observing it and then working the spine and then going through and doing the second piece is a way to integrate it and then let it go. Yeah.
yeah, my spine has been doing this thing for over 30 years. I mean, I'm just clearing, but still there was something I wasn't understanding.
Mhm.
Maybe I didn't have to do so much time doing that, but maybe not. I don't know. That's something I don't understand.
Just work the process. Just keep working the process.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Laura, then Zakia.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg, I have a couple of oil questions.
Yeah, fire away.
The first one, I have several hyssops and you only mentioned the plain hyssop and hyssop supreme. Are the other ones?
Plain hyssop just means any of the hyssops. Yeah.
Okay, so Croatian,
Yeah.
decumbent.
Yeah.
Okay,
Any of them. Yeah.
okay, that's good because in previous kits I have several, but I couldn't come up with just a plain hyssop,
Yeah.
but I did have CRC.
Yeah. You know, a long time ago, I used to have an oil that was just didn't have like the source, like, you know, we have Bulgarian and Spanish and Croatian and all that. The original hyssop was an English hyssop, and it became really hard to get. And I really kind of thought about it, like I could track it down, but it's the least pleasant of all the hyssops, like smell wise. And I was like, why am I working so hard to get this one? So I just let it go. So that's why everything now says Croatian or Spanish or Bulgarian.
Got it,
Yeah.
easy.
So it's just
That's-
so you know the source, but
That
You know,
just
it's
makes
kinda
it
like
easy because
wine,
I have
like-
several.
yeah, it's kind of like wine where, you know, the 2008 Spanish hyssop is so much better than the 2010. You know, it's just like if you like one smell better than the other. All of those, the different sources, they're the same. The one that's a little bit different is decumbens, because it's a slightly different chemistry. But for most of the practices, it works fine. But if I say like accept decumbens, like I'll say don't use decumbens for this if it doesn't work. And for this one, they all work.
Great. The next question is, goes along with what Tracy was talking. After one of the classes you had us, you taught us about putting vetiver at the base of the skull.
Mhm.
And does that do something similar to what?
Yeah, it's very calming and soothing to the sympathetic part of the nervous system, and it helps you to like stimulate parasympathetic activity, which is where you start letting things go and processing it and not thinking about it or grinding on it. It just kind of opens things up to release it. So
So,
yeah, it's
so
one of my
putting-
favorite things to do, by the way.
oh, that's what you said then, and I've just glued on to that. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So would Tracy mentioned this, would topically putting cedar in an oil up and down your spine or the hyssop, you know, at the base of your skull, is that going to
The
enhance the
hyssop-
inhalation?
The hyssop, if you wanted to do topically, you could just dab it right on that medulla area, but then also dab it right on the throat minor. And then the cedar, do it as like a body tonic.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be topically put on the spine. You just get it on the body, it will do what it needs to do.
Good. Thanks so much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Zakia, then Megan.
Hey, Zakia.
Let's get you unmuted.
Namaste. So
Yeah.
yesterday you mentioned cords and health rays and protective webs. So my question is, I'm treating a cancer person, and I know they're not supposed to wear or be around crystals since the high vibration activates cell growth. So my question is,
It's
If
actually the
remote-
opposite. It's the low vibration of the stones.
Oh.
Activates the lower centers, yeah.
so in remote healing, can you use the crystal wands, extractors, or disintegrators, or is it
Yeah,
not
sure.
safe?
Yeah.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Second question, can you tell if someone has intentionally connected a negative or bad intention cord to you to bind you to something? Is there a way to know that, or you don't know?
You just scan for cords. It's just a cord. You know, a lot of the practices like with voodoo and stuff, it's just cords. It's nothing big or magical. Well, I guess it's magical, but it's
But there's
just
no
an
way for you
energetic
to
cord.
know. There's no way for you to know that someone has done that to you.
You just scan and like, okay, is there a cord there? Is there a cord there? You just go through and do that. Yeah, they're very easy to deal with.
Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Megan, and we do have some shares and questions in chat.
Hey, Megan.
Hey, I wonder if you'd be willing to look at my backhead minor. It's just, I don't know if it's connected to this medulla stuff that we're doing. I'm just trying to figure out, it just seems just constantly super congested and really
It's
difficult.
super congested.
And I've given up. I don't know what's.
Boy, it's super congested. Your protective webs are very congested, and they're also very depleted. So I
Okay.
would go through and I would clean them like with, protective web blend or, something like that, or scrub them with electric violet. And then to fortify them, use Anula with your awareness on the kidneys, or go through manually and energize them for a very long period of time, each one with violet.
Okay.
Part of the congestion of that, because that's part of like where you're processing, it's where we all process things.
Yeah.
And the stuff on the webs is just getting stuck in the head. Like your brain's trying to process it, but it's like trying to process something that's heavy, thick, and sticky. A lot of times, I mean, almost every time, that's stuff that's either from an environment or, several environments, or things that have been projected to you like over a very long period of time, like for that level of congestion and
I'm
depletion.
unmuted, get out.
What's that?
My kids, sorry, please continue.
Oh, okay. But that's something that's been there for a very long time.
Okay, because I've done a ton of protective web, so I'm surprised.
Oh,
you-
you're gonna have to do it probably 15, 20 times.
I mean, I'm going through Phoenix over and over and over, and I'm just like, really, there's still so much. Like, is there an even stronger way to do it? Like, just.
I find the oils are much faster than manual.
Yeah,
The depletion is probably the stumbling block is the NULA on the kidneys.
okay, the depletion is making it harder. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much. I didn't mean to be so off topic. I thought it might be
That's okay.
medulla or something, so,
Mm.
okay, thank you.
Well, the webs, remember, are tied to the stimulation of sympathetic activity. So it's not directly tied to that medulla area because we're talking about the medulla, but we're also talking about the vagus nerve. It will make the vagus nerve not function properly. But just working that area is not going to do it. Like you got to clean up the webs.
Go ahead, Zakia.
I was curious why innula. I thought innula basically was, for my practice, tied to the lungs. Why innula for Megan?
Lungs and for the gut, it's actually really good for the gut. But for the webs, it's very fortifying.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so.
Really cool. I felt the structure of what an old belief feels like.
Yeah,
And
good for you.
allowing the grasping of not understanding it by feeling that there might not have been a reason, or it was their reason or for the belief for me. If that made sense. I hope I read that right.
Mhm.
And then let go.
Yeah,
Relief.
just let go. Yeah.
And a couple people were thanking you for your story, and they could relate to that.
Oh, yeah.
pattern.
Yeah. I used to joke after I went through that. I was like, I'm the best actor in an ongoing drama. You know, it was just a big old story in my head.
People had mentioned the dabbing of the hyssop. Could one dab the chakra root cleanser
Yes,
instead?
chakra root cleanser is actually a little bit stronger. I keep looking at my thing and the top one is hyssop, so that's why I keep saying hyssop. Chakra root cleanser is actually a little bit stronger. So right on the throat minor and then right on that medulla area. Yeah. My apologies on that.
And then what is in the stagnation blend? It feels like I made a new and supportive friend.
Yeah, let's look that up. I don't remember, so I'm gonna have to look it up. It's Catrafe, Litsea cubeba, milfoil, Palo Santo, and cistus. Heavy on the cistus.
And then since you have your notes up, the next question was what oils are in CRC?
Oh, and multi-body goody. It's a different file. Give me a sec. Tea tree, Eucalyptus globulus, Kunzia, Palo Santo, cypress, basil, hyssop, St. John's wort, mugwort, artemisia, and frankincense vital.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Happy day. So, boy, it looks like after you said those ingredients, that would just be good to just pour all over me every day. God, that's wonderful. Why do you suggest applying to medulla and then the throat minor?
To help stimulate that, the medulla and the vagus nerve.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a way more like the inhalation is actually stronger, but it's a way of doing maintenance in between.
But the inhalation just, okay.
Inhalation is much stronger, yeah. But you can't be walking around the whole day going, I mean, you could, but you're not gonna get anything done. So, you know, you do it and then, you know, you get up on a daily basis, you just dab, and then go about your day. Eventually it reaches a turning point. You know, basically what happens is your vagus nerve is under control of your physiology or your lower nature. At some point, the vagus nerve does a flipping and it becomes directed by more of the mental body and the higher nature. But it takes a lot of concentrated effort for that to happen. It doesn't happen naturally. You know, it happens in, doing certain practices and things like that, like inner teachings and like different traditions, be it Kabbalistic or Buddhist, Christian, you know, esoteric, mystical practices, even some of the shamanic practices. At some point, there comes a practice about shifting that from being controlled by the lower to the upper.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Top of head has a burning feeling. What to do?
That's most likely the main men is letting go of something. Get up and just like move around, do the hula hoop thing, and if that's still not releasing it completely, go back and just inhale the etheric chords blend. Like it's just not coming out of your system fast enough. Yeah. Anytime, especially at the top of your head, it's always that spot opposite your navel. You could even put a little chakra root cleanser there if you want.
And go ahead, Ollie.
Hey, Ollie.
Hello, Greg. It's fantastic. Thank you. It's fantastic practice.
Oh, you're so
And
sweet.
I feel really relieved from things that I didn't remember to, because something came up when I did the protocol.
Uh-huh.
And I say, wow, I didn't remember that this episode happened to me many years ago.
Right.
It flushed away, and also it happens yesterday when I was doing the practice of L3 and Aura. Many things come up that I wasn't aware of. It was like those events were not more in my memory. They come up.
Sometimes they're in the body and sometimes they're just deep in the unconscious. Like you've forgotten about them, but they're there. But a lot of it, it's like things just stuck in the body.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have another question about the blood purification pattern. Is the brain a point of blood purification pattern or not?
Yeah, it does something a little bit different. It's almost like when you go through and you work the different organs like the lungs, the liver, the gallbladder, that all kind of stirs something. And then there's a different thing that's happening in the brain. And sometimes I leave it out because it can be a little too intense. And if it's not too intense, I leave it in. But if it's a little too intense, I just think we'll address that a little bit later or in a like gentler way. Sometimes when you because when you work the organs of blood purification, you're releasing things very deeply, like very, very deep. And sometimes when you go up to the brain immediately after you work it, when the stuff comes out, it kind of hurts. Like it's so like deep that it like actually will cause like a few minutes of like physical discomfort. And so like I kind of don't want to do that to people. So I I'll do it to myself, but I won't do it to other people. And unless we've had a lot of talking about it, because it can, if you're not relaxing through it, it can get stuck, or it can cause you to get really agitated. And so it's better just to let it kind of seep out a little over a period of time in a very gentle way. Yeah.
Okay.
But it is part of the pattern. You are correct.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Because
Yeah.
in the previous classes, when there was the blood purification pattern, the brain were included.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So glad you're joining us from Italy.
I am so happy to.
What
join.
time is it there right now?
Oh, now it's 6:30 p.m.
Oh, that's not too bad.
No, it's not bad. I will follow you until the end.
And then go ahead, Zakia.
Hey, Zakia.
Ali's question reminded me that I had another question. So
Sure.
yesterday you said it was okay to either spray an essential oil or put on my fingers when I'm do remote healing. Does that work with the patterns, like blood purification pattern? If I'm doing remote, if I set my intention on the pattern, is that effective, or does the receiver have to have the oil and concentrate on the patterns in order for it to be effective?
Are you talking about doing it with oils or doing it with energy healing?
Energy healing remote.
Yeah,
and I
just clean
have
the pattern.
oil.
Yeah, just clean the pattern. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're so
Thank
welcome.
you, Ali, for reminding me.
Is there an association between pain in the spine and how that relates to different emotions or people? Like the upper versus middle versus lower?
Oh, there might be, but like it hasn't been something that you can consistently say like, a lot of times things that like usually in the low or up high. But it also depends on injury. It also depends on postural misalignments. It depends a little bit on how you sleep, they're like, sleeping positions. So I've tried to correlate that. I really have not found anything to be consistent. Yeah.
Yesterday, someone asked about their son and Greg suggested a spray. Does anyone remember what the two oils were? Can't read my writing. One was benzoin for fear.
Oh yeah, it was cedar. Yeah, cedar. Yeah.
For the first part of the spine protocol, is there a B choice? I don't have any of the oils listed.
I don't know that there's a good B choice. Let me think about it, see if I can come up with something, but I don't know that there's a good B choice.
All right, good questions, good shares, guys. We have a few minutes.
We have a few minutes.
before-
Let's practice a little bit of still what we were talking about, and pull out your chocolate root cleanser or your hyssop. And again, let's think of a situation, a person, an event, time in your life, whatever it is, and focus on it and begin inhaling the oil. You're thinking of the person, you're thinking of the situation, you're focused on it, and you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. What was the first one? Chopper. Cluster. Chopper root cluster. I smell a new wind coming. Somebody, Ralph was just sharing that what is it?
The
Closed captioning is translating chakra root cleanser to chopper root cluster. I think that might be a better name. You're thinking of the situation, you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Now, go from the situation, you're still inhaling, go to the bottom of your skull, but in the center, that medulla area, that little center spot. Your awareness is there. We'll be doing a stronger version of this right off the bat next week in the vagus nerve class. There's like another half of the piece that we're not addressing here. Yeah, in the thing we're doing next week. You do this, but you do it with your instinctive responses, how you feel, and the mind. But you have to do this thing where you're balancing those three before you. It takes practice. Yeah. Very powerful, but it takes practice. Very soothing. One of the best ways to transmute and refine the will as well. Okay, let it go. Just let it incubate. Keep your eyes closed. Be still. Think of the person, the situation, the event again. You're inhaling the oil. And then go to that spot at the base of your skull, that medulla area, and take long, slow, deep breath. Just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Just be still. Your awareness is on the back heart and the crown at the same time, between the shoulder blades and the top of your head at the same time. And then just be still, be aware, just let go. Keep your eyes closed, let it incubate. Just be still. Just be still. Notice how you feel. Your body, your emotions, your mind. You guys, we're gonna break for lunch, and when we come back, we're gonna do an aspect for the cognitive processing, like helping the brain. So I will see you at 1:30, an hour and a half from now. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're on page 6. Okay, so here we're doing the limbs, which is basically the arms and the legs. And the issue being that when energy is stuck in the arms and legs, from an energetic point of view, it's excessive amounts of elementals, right? Basically energies that we've attracted from the environment. You could say it's a type of conditioning, but basically energy gets really stuck, gets really stagnant, and then it starts to make you like more reactive and less like cognitive. Like you don't really process things, you just react to things. And so it's a way to diminish the potential for generating lots of lower emotions, being reactive, getting upset. Doesn't mean that we don't get upset, but just, you know, how you get triggered and upset over things that don't necessarily match what's going on. It's also a way to increase the overall vitality of the whole body, meaning the energy of the whole body. In Chinese medicine, they do a thing where they open up the arms and legs with moxie, which is, you know, basically mugwort that they're burning. They do that on the limbs. They do it on the navel, right below the navel, and a little spot on your shin. And it's to increase the vitality of the body and increase like what they call stomach chi, which nourishes the whole body. So this is a way to fortify the whole body very, very quickly. We look at it even deeper from an energetic point of view. Your arms and legs are a byproduct of the basic chakra, which is, again, your overall strength of the physical body, of the physical form. And your navel would also play a role in that as well, but your basic is the big driving force. And so this helps to strengthen the basic chakra, which is tied to immune responses, blood, muscle, bone, adrenal function, kidney function, some of your defense mechanisms, the drive to thrive, your prosperity, your ability to be grounded, your ability to be realistic and practical, your ability to have constancy of effort when you're making, you know, trying to achieve a goal or something. And so we want to go through and do this. And then the next wave is when you go through and do this, this actually relaxes part of what you would call the peripheral nervous system, which is part of the nervous system that is not protected by the spine or by the skull. So this area has the potential for greater levels of injury, be it either from a wound or toxicity in the body, because it doesn't have the protection of the spine. Okay. Bottom line is, when you go through and you treat this, you have the potential for being more present in the moment and less reactive to something that's from the past conditioning, something of this nature. So just I mean, we can check in with things like from the past and all that, but like, let's just do this. Check in to see how you feel. You want to check in with things that potentially like trigger you or that's a little bit upsetting, and you can do that, but just check in with how you feel. Okay. So you're going to pull out Artemisia, mugwort, mugwort supreme, some form of mugwort or Artemisia. And begin inhaling with your awareness on your navel. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your navel. Mm. Now move your awareness 1.5 inches below your navel. An 1.5 inches below your navel, you're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your armpits. Your awareness is on your armpits. Your awareness is on your armpits. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And your elbows. Your awareness on your elbows, especially on the front side, that little crease. And we're just going to pause right here just to give you a break. There's no particular reason. It's a long set of steps. So when you're doing this on your own, at any point, you can stop and just give yourself a break. So just give it a minute. Then go to your wrists. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your wrists. the palms of your hands. Your awareness is on the palms of your hands. And then your whole arms from the shoulder all the way down to the fingertips. You're just practicing arm awareness. If a particular spot jumps out, you can put your awareness on that, but you're just focused on the arms themselves. Just pause and let go. Just let go for a moment. And then begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the hips. Your awareness is on the hips, the sides of your hips. Long, slow, deep breath. Your knees, your awareness is on your knees. and your ankles. The soles of your feet. And then leg awareness, your whole leg from your hip down to the bottom of your foot and your toes. And then pause and be still. Notice how you feel. How do you feel? Yeah. Yeah. Samantha says she feels clearer, and I don't think you are not feeling clear, but
But you just know when you're feeling like
yeah,
clear, maybe more expanded. or
right. So she feels clearer and grounded. Hey, we're going to go through and do this again. So again, Artemisia, Mugwort, Mugwort Supreme, whatever you're using. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the navel. We're going to linger on the navel a little bit longer. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the navel. You're still lingering on the navel. Move your awareness to the navel minor, an inch and a half below the navel. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the armpits. Your elbows. Your awareness is on your elbows. The wrist. Your awareness is on your wrist. And then the palms of your hands. And then just be still. You're practicing arm awareness. Your awareness is on your whole arm from the shoulders down to your fingertips. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then be still. Your awareness is on the hips. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the hips. The knees, the back of the knees. The ankles. Your awareness is on the ankles. The soles of your feet. Your awareness is on the whole leg from the hips all the way down to your toes, the bottom of your feet, your whole leg, thigh, knee, lower leg, ankle, foot, all at once. Just be still. Let go of everything. Just be still. Hey, you're gonna pull out either galbanum, ruscus, vetiver, valerian, Siberian fir, spikenard, the blend Aegis or Fir Supreme. So pull out something from that list. Yeah, for those that bought the kit, I think Fir Supreme is the one that's in the kit for you. All the different furs put together. Okay, so you're gonna start with your sex chakra. You're gonna take long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause just for a moment, just pause. Your awareness is on your solar plexus, the area below your ribs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let that go for a moment. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Now you're going to do all three at once. Your awareness is on your sex chakra, your front solar, and your brain, all three at the same time. Okay, let it go for a moment. Just let it go. We're going to do it again, but I want to talk about something for a second. Okay, so this idea, sex chakra, front solar brain, right? We're like unfolding something, right? You're opening up your arms and legs so that you're less reactive. You have the potential to be more present, right? So here we come to this section with the sex chakra, the solar, the brain. This is actually a beginning of the unwinding, you could say, of the three brains, right? So you have the brain in your head, which is what your thoughts are and everything. It's usually mostly logical thinking, right? Then you have the solar plexus, the second brain. This has a lot more to do with feelings, like, like you feel empathy, you have a feeling about something, you feel the other person's feeling. You maybe make a decision based on how it feels rather than the logic of something. In retail or in sales, it's very well known that people make decisions based on emotion rather than like thinking things out. Like, if you're going to buy a car, you buy the car because you like it, you like the way it feels, you are liking the feeling of driving the car. If you look at a lot of advertising, there's some guy walking shirtless with a pair of pants, Levi's on or something like that, and then it's like, denting gum or something like that. It has nothing to do with the picture. They're trying to tap into a feeling for you to buy whatever the product is, right? And then you have the sex chakra, which is the root brain. It's not the root chakra, it's the root brain. And it is an instinctive response of things going on in the environment and an instinctive response to things going on in the collective. People, social activity, groups that you belong to, the collective attitude towards one thing versus another, whatever it is, you're picking up information from the collective and you're having these responses that are not being processed by the brain. They're not even being processed by how they make you feel. They're just like, I got to fit in, so I got to do this. I got to fit in over here. I got to do this. If I do this, what's going to happen? It's a lot of responding to the group trends, social status, all these kinds of things, right? And so the arms and legs, you're opening up the potential to be like more present, right? When you begin to harmonize the root chakra, which is, or the root brain, which is the sex chakra, the solar plexus, and then the brain, it basically turns on a kind of intuitive thinking, because you're processing the collective, you're processing the way you feel, and then you're processing pieces of information. So you're getting all three at once. And when you get all three at once, you're going beyond the senses and you're starting to turn on this intuitive mind, right? So you're being first present, and then in that presence, you're starting to process this information, right? So this is what I would say about this. This actually leads into a kind of clairvoyance, right? What most people call clairvoyance is what I would call passive clairvoyance. You sit back, you look at something, you see color, you see this, you see the energy around something, and then you go, oh, what is that? I need to process that, or what does that mean? Or I think it means this, I think it means that, right? When you harmonize all three of these aspects, all three of these brains, you develop a thing called active clairvoyance, which means you're processing information in the moment and you're letting it guide you in the things that you're doing. So the byproduct of this is not sitting back going, oh, what does this mean? It is you're in motion, you're in movement, you're you're taking action. Basically, it makes you very innovative in your process. Like you're able to take in information, see right to the point and go, this is what we need to do. Not based on what everybody else thinks, not based on what has happened in the past, not based on how you feel, not based on your thought processes and preconceived ideas. You're taking it all together, you're processing it, and then the intuitive mind goes, this is what we should do, right? This is how you heal the situation. This is how you expand the business. This is how you break out of the pattern from childhood. This is how you heal whatever this issue is. So this is a very soft version of this process, so to speak, right? The number one and number two, it's whetting the appetite, right? There's a much deeper practice here that over a period of time gets developed, right? Just practicing this, you'll notice that your brain and your behavior is more of who you are rather than, I gotta fit in, somebody didn't like me, this doesn't make me feel good, or I think I should do this, or maybe I should do that. You cut through all of that stuff. You just get right to either this works or it doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, I'll come up with a better way. Like it just makes you like this innovative kind of machine that if you're in a situation that's not working, you're going to walk yourself out of it. You know, if you're caught in a situation, you're stranded in like some difficulty at work, relationship, family stuff, you're like, what do I need to do this? And it's not like some idea, it's just you start putting things in motion, right? You start putting things in motion. It's strategic and it's action all at once. It's not something you'll think, it's not something you'll make happen, it will just start happening, right? In the Nyingma tradition, we refer to this as spirituality through action. Like in Thurgy, like when you're working with angels, this would be the north, this would be Gabriel. This is what Gabriel represents on a very high level, is to be able to take all these things and put it in motion, right? So right now, we're just kind of visiting each one, and then your awareness is on the sex, the solar, the brain. At some point, you start doing a thing about balancing your awareness on all three. And then from there, you start looking at situations, coming to the three, looking at situations, coming to the three. And there are certain things that have to be activated with like your breathing and the back of the head. So all of these things will come together and start to produce something that's even bigger. So this is the kind of clairvoyance that I've practiced for a long time. I used to teach this in the corporate setting sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. And even like in Astara, I'm teaching like a kind of way of doing this, but even without oils, right? So there's like a non-oil version, kind of a shamanic version of it. And then there is the way of doing it with the oils, right? So this seems like kind of an odd little thing to be doing. This is way more potent than it seems, way more potent. This is just opening the door to something. Okay. So when we go through and we harmonize all three, the sex, the solar, the brain, keep your awareness on all three just for now. Later, we'll start taking that deeper. But for right now, you're just harmonizing all three. You're just trying to maintain your awareness on the brain, the solar, and the sex for a little while at first. Then we start doing things with your ability to do that, if that makes sense. Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm dumping a bunch of information on you, and I know I'm super animated about this, but there's a lot to this. It's simple, but it's not, if that makes sense. So here it says stress of vulnerability. those were actually just from my personal notes and I accidentally left it in there. But when you have postural misalignments, when you're stuck more in instinctive mind or how things feel, or just how you think, like, okay, these are my thought process, not really thinking about how I feel or what's going on in the collective, you are not taking in all the information that literally generates a kind of stress. And it's, I just refer to it as the stress of vulnerability. You're not taking in all the information from the environment, so you're not in touch. So there's the potential for instability, chaos, things not going well. Right? Even like joints, like postural misalignments will cause stress of vulnerability. Not enough red prana in the joints will produce the stress of vulnerability, right? So with this, you're using the same oil that you're using. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Somebody said something. So long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. And now move your awareness to the front solar. The front solar plexus. And then the brain. And then your awareness is on all three, the sex, the solar, and the brain, all three at once. And then be still, just be still. Just be still. What do you notice? Look at some situations that are just in your periphery. Something you've been dealing with the last few weeks, last couple months. They don't have to be big things or negative or positive. They could just be little projects. Okay, let's share experiences and ask questions. Gonna mute yourself or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, off.
Hey, Greg. Well, that was fun. Yeah, I always enjoy doing the arm and leg minors. I always get relaxed doing that, so that's great. If I'm interested in activating the three brains,
Mhm.
how often can I do number 2?
Daily.
Daily? Very
Mhm.
good.
Yeah. So like here, I would do this for a little while, like,
Yeah.
just like a few days even.
Right.
And then because there's like layers to it, and then there's other things to add to it.
Mhm.
After that, start doing it with Mugwort or the Artemisia itself.
Okay.
Go to the brain, go to the solar, go to the
Mhm.
sex. Then later there starts to be other things that we would add to it to make it more potent.
Okay.
Yeah. But you kind of have to do them in the steps. Like you just gotta like practice it for a while, kind of regulate them for a while.
Mhm.
And then after that, you can keep stepping up the game a bit.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And let me know how that goes for you.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Trace.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Hey, so poster child for the stress of vulnerability. Gonna shift that because I'm tired
Mhm.
of it. Um,
You know, everybody has that though, right? Like
I-
everybody's got it.
it's just it's so funny though. It's like, oh wow, okay, that looks just like me. So just a second, brain, solar, sex, but in this set, we're doing sex, solar, brain. So is there?
No, it doesn't matter which direction you go.
Oh, okay, okay.
No, because it really all you're doing is you're visiting each one for a bit, and then you're trying to balance them out. The important part is not like which order you're doing it in, that you're trying to balance out all three. Like that is actually the important piece.
So when you're putting your attention on them together,
Mm.
sometimes I can feel it where I haven't on them like even at the same time. And then sometimes I'm like going between them, like one to the other to the other. And then it feels like it
The goal is to have them all three at once, and it's going to fluctuate for a while. So when it fluctuates, you just go, okay, let's put your attention awareness on it for a little bit. So for a while, that's the practice, is just practicing doing that. And then later, once you kind of have that practiced, then we start pushing the envelope of what you're doing. So even the idea of using these oils to go through, like to do the sex, the front solar, the brain, and then all three, you're kind of like calming down the agitation and the potential in each one, so that it becomes easier to hold your awareness on all three. Like this is not the best oil to do at the end result, but it's a good oil. Like these choices are very good to like start establishing the ability to have your awareness on all three. Then you can take it to the next level. But at first, it takes a while to kind of get used to doing like all three. When I was first shown how to do this, we didn't use oils. We would, this was done like in a practice, and we would burn certain kinds of incense and like kind of do it at the time. And it's I do it both ways. I do it with the oils and I do it without the oils, even without incense. And it's so much easier with the oils. You really have to make adjustments of some extra steps to do it without oils. And like when I teach it in Astara, we do those extra steps to get there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mhm.
Tasha, your hand was up, but isn't anymore. Maybe you answered your question already.
Hey, Tasha.
Focusing on all three chakras the same time feels connecting and anchoring.
Mm.
There you go. Go ahead, Tasha.
Hey, Tasha.
Let's get you unmuted. Let's get you unmuted. See if we can. There's a little, there you go.
Okay, how are you? Thank you.
Hey.
So I was just curious as to if you wanted to learn how to cleanse any chakra, how would you go about it? Whether it be the throat, the solar, or even the sacral.
You're trying to clean it like physically, psychologically, and if psychologically, what kind of energy? Like stress, fear?
Stress, yes, stress, anxiety, fear. Because I believe the sacral chakra holds a lot of that. past life, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But
They have different kinds of energy in the chakra, so it depends on what you're trying to do. But a good general one is that chakra root cleanser. It's not so much the root chakra itself; it's the root of each chakra. So you can use that. You can use hyssop. You can use Palo Santo. Those are all very very general. But then like each kind of specific thing would have like a kind of oil, just like a certain kind of energy or intention would be used to go through and clean things out of a chakra.
got you. And do you do meditation with it, or?
You just like how you would put it, how we're kind of going through and following patterns. Like if you're trying to clean the solar plexus, you put your awareness on the solar plexus and inhale. You're trying to clear the throat, you'd put your awareness up on the throat and then inhale. Yeah, inhale, exhale. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I just didn't know how to unmute, so you can mute me back because I don't know how to do that. Thank you again.
Yeah. Thanks.
Go ahead, Zakia.
Hey, Zakia.
Hi, what would be a good oil to cleanse or energize the Ming Men?
You're doing what?
To clean the Ming Men.
You could use hyssop, you could use Palo Santo, you could use chakra root cleanser. Different eucalyptuses are very good for that. What else? It's again, it depends what you're trying to target. But just like a general cleanup, those are good. The green healer or the orange healer from the Mystic Vibration class. Or what was it
I know
called?
with with high blood pressure, there's an overactive Ming Men. So to bring that back down.
I would go to the kidneys, actually. It would be more important to treat the kidneys than the Ming Men itself. That I would treat with lovage, parsley, juniper. You could do Palo Santo, but I think things that are more diuretic in nature. So lovage and parsley are kind of my go-to things there, but juniper would also work, celery. And here's the thing with that. We're actually going to talk about, I don't know if we talk about it in this class or not. We don't. Well, we kind of do a little bit, but part of the thing with like blood pressure and the kidneys contributing to sympathetic nervous system activity, which is like fight, flight, and things like that, is, cleansing is good. Using diuretics is good. But, a lot of times we would think of like, okay, how do I clean this and how do I calm this down? With the kidneys, the more that the blood vessels are constricted, like if you put a lot of calming, soothing energy on the kidneys, the more that stimulates fight flight, because part of fight flight is reallocation of energy and drives in the body to be able to run or fight. And so in the kidney function, you want to increase blood flow. And when you increase blood flow, that actually starts to regulate the nervous system, helps to regulate blood pressure, and it is actually calming and soothing to the kidneys. So I would also go like with camphor. I would go with rosemary. I would go with thyme, things that are like stimulating. Because if you look at like calming down the adrenals, for example, you use like, the rosemary, you use camphor, you use things that are a bit stimulating in nature to the kidneys to actually calm down the adrenals, right? Like if the blood vessels are constricted, that actually activates the adrenals to a much higher degree. So you want to clean them a little bit, but you want to increase blood to the kidneys. You want to increase function to the kidneys, blood flow. You want to dilate the vessels of the kidneys a little bit more.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Camphor is really super good for the kidneys. Like not taken internally, but just like inhaled topically. Rosemary is super good for it. Thyme, I use thyme for it sometimes, but I use it like softer thymes, like linalool or thyme geranol, thyme thuyonol. Red and white thyme will work, but I find the softer thymes are a little bit better tolerated, and you really are either going to inhale or apply them topically directly over the kidney area. Taking things internally for the kidneys, like when they're really struggling, like lovage would be okay, parsley would be okay, but other things, better to do inhalation or topical. It's better tolerated by the kidneys than internal. Except for herbs. Like herbs, that's a different matter. I'm talking about just oils. Like your herbs, fine for taking them internal. Yeah. Yeah.
And go ahead, Sarah, and then we have some shares.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi there. Yeah, so great course. I'm getting so much out of this, so many new things.
Good.
Thank you so much. I seem to be having quite a physical reaction to all of this. So last night I woke up with a massive coughing fit, really, really my throat was so constricted. It was like a I can't breathe kind of feeling. I used some oils to open it up. It wasn't anything life-threatening. It was just very unusual for me.
Yeah, so, it could be energy coming out, but we were doing a bunch of inhalations and stuff, and so hard to say.
Yeah. Okay. So the other thing is, I'm getting today my kidneys, because you mentioned kidneys. That's why I put my hand up, and then you started talking about it. But my kidneys feel like I don't need to pee all the time, but they feel like they're making me want, like that precursor to wanting to pee. And then the energy's going forward to the ovaries. So it's like tick-tocking between the two areas. So I'm just curious what's going on there, if I need to do anything else to clear that.
We are kind of shifting a bit of the nervous system. I don't think you would need to do anything more for that. Sometimes when you start balancing things out, are you feeling like anxious, stressed?
No, quite the opposite.
Quite the opposite. I think it's just your nervous system shifting. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. I'm also the person who had that wedge injury, so I just wanted to mention that in case.
Oh, yeah.
It relates to that in any way.
Yeah, I forgot about that. How is that going, by the way? Like treating?
It's got better. It's still not completely there, but I'm very much aware that the left hip is loosening and dropping. So I have noticed some internal shifts because of that. So yeah, it's got better, but it's not completely gone yet. But I'm having a really unusual shift in the right shoulder, neck and jaw this weekend as well. So yeah, so I think
it's a shift in the nervous system, but I'm glad you brought up the wedge thing.
Because you said that might affect the kidneys and other things. So
yeah, hold on just a sec.
Sure.
For a sec. Samantha's going to reach out with you with like an instruction that I want for the wedge thing.
Oh, thank you very much.
But the thing that's happening right now, I think it's just your nervous system is shifting.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Which of the oils is the strongest for step 2?
They're all pretty solid. I would probably go Rooskoos or Spikenard, Valerian, Vetiver, like one of those. They're all pretty solid though. Like they're really super solid. Yeah. Later, we'll be switching to, like, we do a version of this that's even like a further along version of this next week in the vagus nerve class. And we'll start utilizing like mugwort or artemisia, which is still like another step to it. But we'll be doing a lot more practice with it and things. And so, but then even later, there's like another step that it's very potent. We'll talk about it eventually, but it's kind of good to do the steps. Yeah.
Occasionally I get these shooting pains when I move my legs. It shoots right into my sex chakra like a hot electric poker. Doctors, MRI, X-ray found nothing. I hadn't experienced it for the last couple of months. Then it came back last night and this morning. I just mentioned this considering this protocol. Any ideas?
That sounds like a psoas issue, like which is your hip flexor. It's on the front part of your spine, and then there's a muscle that works directly with it called the iliacus. So a lot of times they'll refer to it as one muscle, the iliopsoas, but it's actually two separate muscles. So there's one that stabilizes the spine, and then one that stabilizes the pelvis. And those muscles, when they develop trigger points, which wouldn't really show up on an MRI or anything, they're quite the pranksters, and they cause things up in the gut and down the leg, and women's cycle, hormone production, and down in the testicles for men. They can cause all kinds of weird issues. And so I mean, one way to go through and treat it is, there's the cobra pose, like in yoga. There's a way of doing that, but like if you want to do with oils and be really super passive, is you kind of like lay on the ground with your butt up against the couch, and then your legs go up at 90 degrees, and then your lower legs bend again. So basically you're resting your lower legs on the couch, the back of your thighs are up against the couch, your butt's up against the couch, and then your back is just on the ground. And inhale something like hyssop or chocolate root cleanser, Kunzia, something like that, even wintergreen. And then so that's not stretching it. That's actually bringing the belly of the muscle together, and you're doing what you would call a positional release. You're bringing the muscle closer together to allow it to relax. Sometimes stretching it will actually make it worse. If you do want to stretch it in a very passive way, you can like lay on the edge of your bed and just gently let one leg hang off, and you're stretching the psoas, and then inhale the oil as you're breathing into that area, and then go to the other side of the bed, or flip your head around and then do the other side. You can do it that way, but just be super careful not to overdo it and aggravate the psoas. Almost everybody walking around has some sort of psoas issue. It's not a muscle that can be accessed from the backside. Like if you were to go get a massage or chiropractic, the only way that you can access it is actually going through the abdomen, because it's on the front side of the spine. And so, somebody who's very skilled can get in and get around the organs and do a little bit of a release on the psoas that way. But a lot of times you have to do the positional release and the stretching to go through and do it. It's energy healing can be done on it as well. But again, somebody has to really kind of know what they're doing to unwind that pelvic girdle and that lower part of the lumbar there. Try that though. Yeah. Some version of that.
They said, thank you.
Yeah. And then keep us posted. If that stuff's not working, there's other ways to treat it, but they're a little bit more technical, and I don't know. I find those two ways are one of the easier ways to treat it. Yeah.
Thank you for this nugget for developing the active clairvoyance.
Mhm.
This is exactly what I've been searching for. Looking forward to your guidance for continued growth in this.
Yeah, I mean, active clairvoyance is very different than what people normally call clairvoyance or, whatever. But active clairvoyance is like in action, in motion. I find it to be way more practical than doing it the other way. I do both, but I utilize active clairvoyance like 10 to 1 compared to like passive clairvoyance.
What are some of the properties of mugwort? During the limb section, I was seeing lots of visuals.
Yeah, it's very stimulating to the intuitive part of the mind. It opens up all the centers. It opens up all the meridians. It activates centers, like it makes them function bigger and brighter. So wherever you direct it or wherever you put it, it kind of opens things up. So when you go through and you do the things on the arms, more energy is flowing down your arms. You do your legs, more energy is flowing down the legs. But it does shift you a little bit more out of your logical mind into more of the intuitive mind.
Would Greg teach us the clairvoyance that he taught in the corporate setting?
Yeah, there's several modules already. I can't remember what's out in the US for in Astara, but they've been recorded. Like we're stepping them out slowly, but we could also do an oil version of it as well. Yeah. The corporate setting, I can't go in and go, ooh, smell this, smell that. So I had to come up with a really clinical way of doing it.
The first segment using mugwort was so good.
Mhm.
In the second segment, I used spikenard and got a queasy feeling when we got to the front solar. The second round, I switched to vetiver and it was much more soothing. I'm going to experiment using all the oils listed to see
Yeah.
if it changes the experience.
Yeah. I would say that vetiver and Rouscous are a bit more grounding than all the other ones, which is also like a little bit more soothing. It's kind of what you're shooting for with doing the arms and legs with the mugwort. It's just like a next step. But if one works better for you, I would just use that. Like I kind of rotate them around, but I always got to think for vetiver. So vetiver makes the mix quite often.
I don't know if I shared this one. Can I just say the sex chakra felt like a little hidden to me until now. I'm experiencing a shift in perspective of various things happening right now, from pretty mundane things like a conversation with someone to seeing the bigger picture of a challenge I'm navigating at work. This is pretty darn cool.
Yeah. It's, the sex chakra is not just about sex, it's about a whole bunch of other things. And, if you look at the commandment, each of the 10 commandments has a direct correlation to energy centers in the body. The one that's for the sex chakra is not about coveting thy neighbor's wife or whatever the sex one is. It's actually about thou shalt not bear false witness. It's about basically not lying. And part of it is it's attracting energy from the environment to bring things into form, bring your thought energy into form. But it's also tied to this instinctive response where you're gathering information from the collective, from social situations, from just things in the environment. You gather up this information and it starts like an instinctive response that eventually turns into how you feel. And then eventually it's how you partially form your thoughts. And so if there's inaccurate perceptions or you're veiling something, trying to hide something, it's like the wrong kind of information goes in and then it just goes in all the way up. And so, like you said, it's kind of veiled sometimes, but like once you start to unwind it and kind of embrace it, you'll pick up information from the environment in ways that you might not know exactly why, but you're getting the information. And eventually it turns into knowing through direct perception. You can just look at something and get information because it's hit all the channels. It's worked its way up. So good for you. Good for you.
Great shares, guys. Good
Yeah.
questions too.
So let's take a break. We're going to come back and do the organs of blood purification. And we'll come back at 1:15. I made a mistake for whatever reason. Okay, we're at the top of page 7. Where it says on number 2, under organs of blood purification, regulation of peripheral nervous system, that's a boo-boo. It's supposed to be regulation of sympathetic nervous system. My apologies, and can we have Letty fix that, and we'll send them a updated version. So Letty, it's supposed to be sympathetic nervous system. My apologies. Okay, so here these organs are tied to blood purification. They receive information and stimuli from the blood, pieces of information, you could say. And these particular organs are highly impacted by both parasympathetic nervous system and sympathetic nervous system. And so by going through and working these, it is a way to calm down and allow for the mind and somewhat the emotions to relax to a much deeper degree. And so with this, again, Artemisia or mugwort, or your blend choice here is chakra root cleanser. So all of these are good choices. Personally, I usually use chakra root cleanser, but any of it will work. Can't believe I made that mistake. Yeah. Still. I don't even know how I did that because that's not even what's in my notes. I think I did a drag and drop and then overlapped it, and then that's what I sent Letty. Yeah. Okay, so you're inhaling, your awareness is on the lungs. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths, the awareness on your lungs. You could say, I'm going to keep talking as you're doing this process. You could say in doing this process with these particular oils, it helps you to be more internally flexible with your emotions and your thought processes in your mind, which allows for higher emotions to happen and allows for higher cognitive functions to happen. Like when we get rigid in our mind, we tend to stay in the lower mind. When you get more flexible, it starts to stimulate the abstract mind and eventually the intuitive mind. Move your awareness to the liver, which is on the right-hand side below your ribs. And then you're going to move your awareness from the midline just a couple inches over on the right-hand side below the ribs. And then down to the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidney. And then on the left-hand side below your ribs, that spleen area, left side of your body below the ribs. And then pause and be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the lungs. And then your liver, right hand side below your ribs. And then your gallbladder area. So about 2 inches off your midline under your ribs. Then your kidneys, your kidney area. And the spleen, left hand side of your body below the ribs. Then just be still. I blow it. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Yeah, I just that header. I did a boo boo. You're just letting go. Okay, we're going to number 2. Again, apology. Regulation of the sympathetic nervous system. Your choices: single oils, anise, Eucalyptus McCarthy, Letzia cubeba, red gum eucalyptus, rosemary verbenan, tarragon, and then also ANS support. And then begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back heart. Throat minor, which is this little notch at the bottom of your throat. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front solar. Long, slow, deep breath. Awareness is on your back solar plexus, the mid back area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to just the whole abdominal cavity. If there's a particular area that feels a little heavy, a little dense, or you know you have a little bit of an issue, focus on that area. Otherwise, your whole abdominal cavity. From below your ribs all the way down to the area below your navel. Then the navel itself. Your awareness is on the navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And then your low back area opposite your navel on the spine. Your low back area opposite the navel. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Just be still. Notice how you feel. You know, if I could boil it down, this process, it helps to transmute like your instinctive responses. You know, those things that like trigger you or get you a little worked up, or you know, I have a person in my family that she's a very sweet person, but you can tell her any situation that's happening and she goes to the worst case scenario in her head. Like, oh, you got to be careful about this. You got to be careful about this could happen, that could happen. And she really hasn't had like super traumatic things happen to her. I mean, we all have had a hard time, you know, at whatever given point in our life. But her instinctual responses are like so agitated that you know, you could say, I'm gonna go down to the store and get a bottle of water. You know, it would be something about the drive to the store, or people who drink bottled water. There would be some weird fear thing about some of that. Like, I'm going to be gone 5 minutes. You know what can happen in 5 minutes? You know, this helps to transmute stuff like that. You know, we all got a little something somewhere. You know, it's easy for me to see it in my family because you know, it's my family. I see it all the time whenever I'm around them. And harder to see it a little bit in yourself, but you know, like when something comes up, I get a little triggered, I get a little wound up, I get a little whatever it is. The one before that we did and this one both really helped that. The one before is a little bit more, hits some other areas. This definitely calms the triggering down. You know, just because you're treating the gut, sometimes that doesn't necessarily do it. You know, like sometimes we're talking in study groups that we do, and we'll be talking about the gut and we're using some of the same oils. It's there, like it helps, but it doesn't help the way working the organs of blood purification, then going through and doing this particular pattern. That helps a lot more. And so it's a kind of oddly specific, but in a way we all have our issues there. So, and speaking of study groups, I want to remind you guys, every Wednesday now at 7 Central Time, we are going to do a study group of whatever we did on the weekend. So Wednesday night, study group where we're going to do a Q&A, we'll do experiences, we might go and take one of the pieces and go a little deeper. And so I want to set in place that you always have a follow-up after a weekend, regardless if it's a free weekend or a regular class. Wednesday is always going to be a study group. So just keep that in mind. So this Wednesday will be this class. Okay, so we're going to do another cycle of that last piece on number 2. So whatever oil you're using, we're going to use it again. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then go to the throat minor, which is the base or bottom of the throat. And then the front solar plexus. And then the back solar plexus, the mid back area. Or do I just hit with our awareness on the air moving in and out of her nose? No, just being aware of the air moving in and out. So your awareness is on the back solar. Your whole abdominal cavity. Then your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And then the low back area opposite the navel, known as the Mingmen. And then be still. Be still. Concentrating your Mhm. Mhm. And then pause and be still. So Samantha was just saying, like, even for her, like, even though this, you know, we're hitting a lot of the centers that have to do with digestion and things like that, you're still hitting the main men, which has to do with a bit with circulation, kidney function, you know, adrenal function. But that first back heart throat minor also helps to relax a certain aspect of the breathing as well. And then when you go to the front and back solar plexus, it does like actually kind of relax the breath, not massively, but some. And she was even saying her breath has gotten deeper and yeah.
Mhm,
And so can we check on
mhm.
and see how she's doing?
Mhm.
And then let's go ahead and unmute ourselves or type in and do some shares or Q&A. It's been kind of a fun weekend, huh? Talking energy / mechanics of the nervous system. Yeah.
This is just a tiny question.
Mhm.
But I accidentally got some of the anise on my lips and I went, it's licorice.
Oh
Is
yeah.
that what-
Yeah. A lot of times I think that licorice is actually made from anise. Tarragon can have a little bit of licorice. There's other things that kind of will have a little bit of a licorice vibe. There's certain kinds of basil that will have a bit of a licorice vibe. And there used to be an oil on the market a long time ago. Well, a long time ago, like a decade ago. But it was a ceremonial herb that came out of Central America. And it's like it was called Paracon, and it tasted like anise. It was like black licorice in a bottle. It's not around anymore. Otherwise, I'd have 10 kilos of it. But anise itself is there's different kinds of anise. Usually, I go for like a little bit of a softer anise. But this last time I was talking to the distiller, I was like, I want the one that's like really black licorice, taste. It's a little bit more in your face about it. And he laughed. He goes, I have just the one for you. So yeah.
It's a treat.
Yeah,
Unex-
it is. Yeah. Yeah. I would imagine in the old days when they were, now they're using anise flavoring rather than probably, unless it's some little artisanal thing. But I'd imagine in the old days, the black licorice, they use real anise, it probably had a little bit of a therapeutic effect. It's like a way to calm and balance the nervous system. And, it's just guess, but,
I remember black licorice having a therapeutic effect.
Do you really? Yeah,
Yeah.
I discovered black licorice much later in life. And so,
I mean, through the
I don't know that it's very therapeutic. It's tasty, but it's not.
through the Wives' Tale network.
Yeah, there you go.
It never got me. I didn't ever eat that much of it, but yeah.
But old things like that started off being therapeutic. Like even ketchup started off as this healing tomato paste that you put on everything to my guess was for like the vitamin C and things in it. But way back in the day, the original thing, ketchup, was developed by a doctor. And then it turned into what you put on your French fries and your hamburger. And, I'm sure a lot of sugar was added after the fact, but,
Cool.
Can you explain what the Ming Meng does?
Sure. So the Ming Men is in charge of the kidneys. It's in charge of, like, has an impact on the adrenals, has an impact on the spine, and also has an impact on your blood pressure. So it has to do with some aspects of circulation in your body, including lymphatic circulation, right? The Ming Men is also the mechanism that potentially is associated with migraines. And part of it is the Ming Men transmutes lower vibrational energy in the body and then shoots it up high to your head, right? So it's part of how, like, upper centers get activated. It's also tied to the Kundalini moving up. And you could say the reason that it takes and transmutes this lower vibrational energy, it's how your body, like, it raises the vibration of the body. And what is raising the vibration mean? And it makes things function better. Like if the lungs are functioning, raising the vibration of the body, especially respiratory issues, it makes the lungs work better, like a stronger breath, more regulated, more likely to recover from illness, things of this nature. And so on those aspects, it's tied to, like, circulatory issues, blood pressure, migraines, and some spinal issues. And then energetically, it's tied to energizing the brain. But you could say that because it's transmuting the lower, grosser energies of the body, how well your brain functions and how well you perceive is tied to how much has been transmuted and moved up by the Ming Men. And so mental faculties are tied to the Ming Men, as well as your ability to shift and change, the ability to handle cycles, and your ability to, like, perceive and handle consequences, cause and effect. When you're not in alignment with cause and effect, it causes a very big stress response. So in Kabbalistic teachings, it would be tied to transmutation for deeper healing, like Archangel Raphael is associated with the Ming Men. And then it's also associated with the inner sense, like your ability to sense something internally, like, like an inner knowing, versus sensibility is more about, like, the outer things. And inner sense is having, like, that inner sense of, this is good, this is bad, I shouldn't do this, I should do that. And so it's tied to the organizing of the mind. When the Ming Men is cleaned and well regulated, the mental faculties tend to be more organized. Now, you can have a health issue and some of the psychological things are still functioning, but the health issue maybe not. Right. So it's not like across the board, like, oh, I have migraines, so that means my mind's not organized. It's lots of different things are there. And so it helps to establish order, like, in the mind and internally, but also responds to the order or lack of order in the environment. And if it's developed enough in a person, it actually helps facilitate to establish order in the external environment. But either people have a natural ability there, or it's something that has to be something that's cultivated through practice. Yeah. It's a fascinating chakra. I find it very fascinating.
It's been a great weekend. I signed up for it because intuitively it felt like it was going to be a vital course for me to take. So thank you. Maybe it's because I am new to doing this work, but I do feel a bit wiped out from the extent of all we are doing. My question is, how important is it to visualize? I'm increasingly having a struggle with visualizing and following protocol.
Visualizing meaning like when we think of like an event or past thing, or are you talking about like following the patterns?
Location of organs.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of practice, but the best you can kind of follow the patterns, and you don't really have to visualize. It's just like my awareness is on my hand right now. I'm looking at it. My hand's way over here to the side. I can still be aware of my hand, but I'm not looking at it. But it's not like I'm visualizing my hand. And so the oils will do something, the patterns enhance it. Some of the patterns are going to be chakras or, you know, parts of the body. And sometimes we're just putting our awareness on something and just like kind of exploring. So sometimes there's awareness, sometimes there's focus. Usually we're a little bit better at one or the other, not both. And so it takes a little practice, and you did a lot. If you're new, you did a lot this weekend. So yeah. Yeah, you did good. If you made it to this part of the weekend, you did good. I mean, we have one more thing and it's just really super light, and we kind of have covered at least this kind of piece of the nervous system, and we're just going to talk chakras for like a little brief moment. But we're going to do a version of this energetic mechanics with the endocrine system, and we're also going to do it with the immune system. Those three are the biggest pieces. And here we're talking about the energy anatomy that, you know, we've been talking about. When we do the immune system, it's different energetic anatomy. So, and then same with the endocrine glands. And so, you know, I thought we'd just do this series, and I wasn't sure that you guys would like it or not, but this is the stuff in my head. So in my notes and in my head.
They said, I love it.
Yeah, it's just, you did a lot. If this is like super early for you in one of your first classes, you did a lot this weekend. So yeah, like, you know, take a little piece and practice, and maybe join us on Wednesday night and we can talk about a little piece. Just start with one little piece and practice. Don't make it about the whole march through the weekend. Yeah. Good.
Yeah, someone
Yeah.
else says, I love it too.
Yeah. Thanks for joining too, by the way.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cindy, and then we do still have some questions.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey, a question or thought about one that we did earlier, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So I believe it was the vagus nerve protocol, and you were asking us to look at an event or an
Oh,
issue,
yes.
or
Yeah.
and then a person. So I was playing around with myself in the future, like trying to like open up and what's going to come next, or myself in the past. And I didn't know if that was really something this would work with or not.
Awesome. I love where you're going with it. Either direction, that it's on the spine, work the spine, but especially number 2, like the vagus nerve. And we're going to be doing an even stronger version where we go down that road next weekend when I'm there in person.
Awesome.
Yeah. But you're on the right track.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, that's the thing, like that pattern like makes you more like intuitive, but like in action. And you're even like intuitive in action about the pattern. Like you're already like going, I could do this with it, I could do that with it. Like you're
Yeah, I
starting
tend to
like
go off on
see-
tangents.
That's what happens with this pattern, is like you just start going, you start seeing and doing things differently in situations. And, you know, I think I mentioned this yesterday. We've been recording these modules that's a version of it, but without oils for Astara. And I'm teaching it here in the US and I'm teaching it in India, like slightly different, we're at different stages, but India is a couple modules ahead. And so we're doing the version of, you know, the 3 brains in 3 of the modules so far at the very end of what we've done. And the person who's a long time, you know, was back in the day with Master Choa and like, you know, all these things, you know, when I was first teaching it, she was like, okay, this is kind of interesting. When we got to the part of the 3 brains, I keep getting these like text messages from her. She's like, this 3 brain thing, it's addicting. It's so addicting. She goes, I feel like a razor sharp thing where I'm just cutting through situations where I've had difficulty. She goes, I feel like I'm in like a Mensa class where I'm just like, I'm getting smarter and smarter and I'm cutting through all these things. And I was like, that's the 3 brain thing. Like it's you're aligning your the different components that make up what we call the mind is not always just in our head, and you're aligning those 3 things, and when they start to take off, you just kind of catch on fire.
Well, that's amazing. I did think that was my favorite segment of the whole weekend.
Like like here's the example. Like sometimes I'll go like, oh, I'm laying down in bed, I'm gonna do the 3 brain thing so that I have really good sleep, and then I'm up for 2 or 3 hours because so much information is coming in. I'm having to do a brain dump on the iPad so that I can let my mind like slow down, because it just like kicks it into gear. And so I would say don't do it like right before bed. That's the only issue, you know, unless you know, sometimes you can stay up and you don't have to jump up right in the morning. You know, sometimes late night's kind of nice to do stuff like that. If you have that kind of time, do it, but it makes the mind active.
Then maybe I should do it in the morning.
Yeah, that's when I would do it, morning or afternoon. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I sent you an article, actually research that just came out from California, the University of California, Irvine. I mean, it just ties into what you were saying, how they're using oils to improve cognitive abilities in seniors.
Oh, wow. Very cool.
226% improvement. So
wow.
Yeah. Your thoughts on it whenever you get a chance.
Yeah,
Anyway,
thank you for sending me that. I'm very curious. Yeah. That's I used to live right by UC Irvine. Yeah.
Did you?
Hmm?
Well, that's probably where they
Didn't
got
go
their
there. I just lived by it.
osmosis. All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
In what way will any of this affect someone with Parkinson's, since that affects the central nervous system?
I mean, it should help them feel better. It's hard to say, like sometimes people respond very well with Parkinson's to treatment, sometimes not so much. So hard to gauge, hard to say, but definitely can help. I would think, but hard to say. Yeah.
Any suggestions on how to recover from the weekend, and also what to start focusing on?
I would say get a good night's rest tonight. Let yourself just relax and like kind of incubate. I mean, we kind of have gone through all the hard stuff, and I mean, we can even just talk about the last one, but we might just do a little quick version of it. But I would let yourself get some rest. And then like for maybe a day or two, because we did a big march through everything. And then after that, I would just start picking one. I would start with like the health raise and just work that one by itself. Just kind of go through and do it. And then, after maybe a few days or a week, then you go, I'm going to go through and work the aura. And eventually you'll kind of come to places where like, okay, I know what this feels like. I know what this one feels like. I know what this one feels like. So whatever issue is coming up, I know that I can go to this piece to find some sort of relief. But we're also going to be doing study groups with this, the first one being Wednesday, where we still talk this out. Because I mean, this is energy anatomy combined with physical anatomy. I'm going to integrate this with the immune system and the endocrine system, and it's going to be a thing that we talk about a lot. So I would say just start getting used to little pieces of it at a time, things that are very digestible. A weekend is, a bunch of work through the weekend, but when you start doing it on your own, just find a little piece and, like do the health raise and maybe go, I got a little bit of a bad shoulder. Let's do the health raise on the shoulder and see what happens. And then you see how it goes, and then you go, well, that did something, but let's see what cleaning my aura does. Let's see if that has any impact. And you can kind of play with it and experiment a little bit. Yeah.
Someone did say, don't hold back now. You're like, maybe
Oh.
let's slow down.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Yeah.
You did not have the blend written down for the aura, and you did give us one. Was it chakra root? You had just given us single oils, and then
Yeah, I think I said like any of the ones from the Sandalphon class, they would work. They are a bit more specific than what's here. I'm trying to remember what it was.
I think it was chakra root, but I'm not sure.
It might have been. It might have been chakra root cleanser. Yeah.
It
Do
was
you-
one of them because.
Yeah, I think it's chakra root
Chakra
cleanser.
root cleanser's in one of those, and
Yeah.
then. I don't remember the other exact one, but yeah, you're fine with your. chakra
Yeah,
root cleanser.
yeah. And then one that I think I left out was tuberose that I for some reason didn't put in there.
And Letty's been making all the updates, and so when we get the recording out to you guys on Monday, it'll be the updated workbook PDF, and it'll have those oils and anything that needed to be adjusted. So you'll get that in
Yeah.
tomorrow's report.
Sorry, I did make that boo-boo that we are correcting. So sorry about that.
I just love to watch you actually make a mistake because you're so hard on yourself.
Oh yeah. I probably have rewritten this booklet, this one probably only 2 or 3 times. But the vagus nerve class, I've rewritten it probably 6 times, 7 times. Like, I get it, and then I'm just like, I keep trying to simplify it, but make it like potent and to the point. And yeah, it's just part of my process.
It's fun.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you for an incredible weekend, and I really
Oh,
do
good.
hope. I do hope we do that last process today.
Oh yeah, we'll probably do it.
Okay. And then this kind of seems like maybe at a later date question, but what kind of spiritual cleansing for a person recovering from B12 deficiency, since it affects the nervous system?
B12. Let me look that up on break, and I'll come back with like I have a guess right now, but I do have a bunch of notes on like the patterns of. It's been a long time since I used this, but patterns on vitamin and mineral deficiencies and how to undo that with energy, not with oils. But let me go see if I can find that on the break, and then just look up some things in my notes. Yeah, so I'll come back with an answer.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, is there a cost-effective bee choice for tuberose?
The ones that are in there, like the one who's like a kind of a quiet little workhorse is that Eucalyptus smithy. It's
Mhm.
very cheap and it's like 80 or 90% of the tuberose as far as cleansing the aura. You know, there's
Okay,
other things that tuberose does that it doesn't do, but
yeah,
as far as cleaning the aura, that Eucalyptus smithy is pretty rock on.
okay, thanks.
And it's cheap. It's like super, like, you know, it's one of the lesser expensive oils.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah. Like I have probably like a 30 ml bottle of it in the bathroom for when I take salt baths sometimes.
Mhm.
You know, sometimes I'll, you know, I like to mix it up with different things, but when I just want to clean things off, like, you know, maybe I've done a few healings or like travel or something, I'll do eucalyptus smithy or eucalyptus smithy with a little bit of lavender in it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Sounds tasty. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah, nice and soothing, cleansing, relaxing.
And go ahead, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi there, bothering you again.
Oh, it's no bother.
Thanks. I can't help but ask this question because the whole harmonizing the sex, solar, and brain, you know, to
Mhm.
activate your to brain is really like rocking my world because I had
Mhm.
I work in the kind of psychic-y realm, so I had some
Sure.
precog stuff even before we did that exercise that then confirmed, you know, sort of out, you know what I mean, like out.
Mhm.
Hopefully, I'm burbling here. What I'm trying to say is, you were talking about clairvoyance.
Mhm.
But could this pattern also be applied to expanding the other clairs, or is that not the way you look at it?
Expanding the other what?
The other clairs, like I'm quite highly clairaudient.
Yes, it would make it like, especially if you're already predisposed, it would definitely enhance those. You know, because you're just basically getting things like, you know, through some of the senses or even through like auric awareness, it would
Mhm.
enhance all of that. Yeah.
Right, yeah, because literally you explained how I do
Yeah.
things by explaining that exercise. So it was a bit mind-blowing. So I'm going to go away
Yeah.
and play with that quite.
So like here's an interesting thing, like sometimes, like if I'm in the right place, like I can hear the oils, like they'll make a sound.
Uh-huh.
And even like in environments, I'll walk in and I'll hear like certain kind of sounds, but also the energy without the oils. Like, you know, you'll walk into maybe a room that, you know, it's fine, but all of a sudden there's like, what's that smell? And nobody else
Yeah.
smells it. Like
Yeah.
you're literally smelling the energy of the room.
Yeah.
And I had a teacher that he used to make us like grab energy off things and like smell it. And I was like, why are we doing this? And then over a period of time, I was like, now I see why we are doing it. Like you're just picking up as much different kinds of information as
Yeah.
possible. And then it's being processed in those three different ways. And so, you know, we do this thing in Stara. Like if you want to amplify the hearing the sounds, like the buzzing and the, you know, we would even call like when you start to have a level or degree of oneness, there's like a sound that kind of happens is you don't just close your ears, you take the lobe of your ear and you fold it up to cover the ear canals. Like, you know, you kind of fold them up like that. And then you sit there for a while. And that act, you know, because of reflexology points, it actually connects the heart and the crown, and it actually does a thing to the vagus nerve. And it will greatly amplify your ability to perceive through hearing, but also like that inner vision that you might have of like, okay, got to find the pineal gland, got to find, whatever. It actually increases the potency of things that you already are doing. It makes it more potent. Yeah.
Real, yeah. Because when
Yeah.
we did whichever exercise it was where we went to the medulla,
Uh-huh.
I immediately saw and heard sound waves. It was
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, if you already have the ability, it will just kind of keep picking up. And if you don't have the ability, it starts coming. It
Perfect.
definitely starts coming. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. There's a big rabbit hole with just the 3 brains that we could really go down. But
Yeah, my
I'm trying to do
here.
it little bits at a time. Like
I'm
it's
trying not to jump up and down in my seat here, but that's
right.
so thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a fascinating thing.
Yeah.
Maybe right now, maybe not. Ideas for best sleep. My mind is going extra.
More extra sleep. If you have like the vetiver or gruskus or spikenard, marjoram, any of those, I would lay down and just kind of put your awareness on the spine and just inhale that a bit and just let it kind of relax your body. Yeah.
I slept like a rock last night.
Yeah.
Someone
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
Can we do the 3 brains again? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, let's get done with the last little piece, and if we have time, we can do a little bit more. And if we don't do it tonight, we can do it on our study group on Wednesday. So
Great shares, great questions, guys.
so let's come back at 20 till the hour, and we'll do the last little piece, which now starts to just tease working the endocrine system. And we'll see you in about 15 minutes. Okay, everybody, let's come on back. I did look up the B12 deficiency, and the notes were like to treat all of it. It wasn't one thing that was going to make it better. Like you have to kind of go through and treat the health rays and the aura and like, all 9 yards. So sorry, it's a bit of a lot of work there. Let's go to page 8. So here we're shifting from the nervous system, and we're doing the chakras, which the chakras, they impact everything, but most importantly, they impact the endocrine system. You could say the endocrine system or the glands are the chakras of the body, where the chakras are the centers for the energy body. The glands are the centers for the physical body. And so they have a very big impact on the glands. Now, we're just touching on this. We are going to do a whole weekend that's about the chakras and minor chakras and the endocrine correlations with this. But like here, I just thought we'd play with this a little bit, just wet the whistle, so to speak. So we've had classes where there's all kinds of chakra blends. You could use any of those. There's a blend called chakras. You could use sandalwood, you could use rosewood, poplar balsam, and arnica will work. Okay. And so here, we're not going to do this like super intensely, but I just thought you can have an experience. You're practicing body awareness, so just check in with your body, see how your body feels. Wherever you feel like a little heaviness or a little something, your awareness is on that area, and just take some long, slow, deep breaths. And then just do the left side of your head. Like kind of right in the middle right here. The best that you can, doesn't have to be exact. Left side of your head.
Will you point to that spot again?
Yeah, like right about there. Not quite above the ears, just like right in the center there. Then go to the right side of your head. Assemblage. Just drop what he's doing with this and do assemblage.
Oh, just
The area between your eyebrows, the ajna. Area between the eyebrows here. And then your back head, which is opposite the area between your eyebrows on the back side. We put them in hyperlinks and that thing. And then just be still. Just be still. Let's do that again. Same oil, body awareness. You're just checking in with your body. The left side of your head, that same spot on the left side. Then the right side. The area between your eyebrows, the ajna. The back head. Awareness is on the back head. And then let go. Let it up. So we're going to endocrine function. So either patchouli, dark patchouli, regular patchouli, any sort of frankincense, lemon verbena, myrrh, or gordaldo, which is type of yarrow. Yarrow won't work, milfoil won't work, just gordaldo. Gordaldo is very fortifying to the endocrine system. The other ones are not. Okay, so whatever you're choosing. You're inhaling, your awareness is on your brain, upon your head. Yeah, your head brain, not your belly brain. See, I've opened up this whole can of worms. Your head brain. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The left side of your head. And then the right side of your head. The area between your eyebrows, the ajna. And the back head. Opposite the ajna on the back side. And then just be still. And then just be still. And we're just going to do it one more time. Okay, so brain awareness. The left side of your head. Right side of your head. Area between your eyebrows. That's good. Doing now. The ajna, the area between your eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Yeah, there you go. That's a great thing to do. Yeah. And then the back head. Have her give us a little bit of an update before the end. Awareness is on the back head. Just pause and be still. Okay, check in with yourself, see how you feel. This is very, very general. It's non-specific to a particular organ. It's just jump-starting all the endocrine function in your body to a certain extent. And so we're going to do a whole weekend. It's going to be a free weekend on the energetic mechanics and the chakras, and energetic mechanics and, well, energetic mechanics, which is the chakras and the endocrine system, and then energetic mechanics and the immune system will be another one. So, but anyway, let's go ahead and share some experiences, ask whatever questions you like, and after we do a little bit of that, like kind of anything goes if you'd like. So,
But first, related to the
yeah,
practice we just did.
Yeah, first. Yeah, what's Amanda said?
Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
You know, on the last part for the first part was for the chakras.
Yes.
What is that doing with the chakras?
It's more about the oils, and it's just helping to synchronize and regulate all the centers. You know, the area between the eyebrow is the master chakra. And so sequencing and regulating the chakras, like when you need to flood the chakras with a lot of energy very quickly, you do it through that center.
Okay.
And then doing the left side, right side, ajna, back head, you're also accessing the pineal gland. So you're filling the chakras with light. And then the same with the endocrine function, but it's a little bit more about the glands than the energy body. So, yeah. Same idea for the gland though.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I've seen people get healed sometimes just by working on the ajna. That's it. The ajna. Yeah.
Kind of maybe just a different way of asking the same
Sure, sure.
question.
Yeah.
Does this make the chakras function better or just make the endocrine system function better?
Both. When the endocrine system's functioning better, the chakras function better and vice versa. But sometimes what happens, like you might be fine, but with a certain health issue, the ajna will shrink, or you'll be fine, and then a certain emotional issue will come up and the ajna will shrink. And what starts to happen is you're starting to go into the pattern of whatever that dysfunction is, right? The chakras are not sequencing with each other. They're not being balanced. And so be it that you treat it through the endocrine system or you treat it through the chakras, you're kind of going after the same thing. And, when we do the energetic mechanics of the endocrine system, we're going to go chakra by chakra. Right. And even some of the minor chakras of like the arms and the legs and the side head and all that. But this is just like a super quick way to do it. I was looking at it and I was like, it's kind of weird to do all the energy anatomy and not even mention a chakra. And, we don't have time to go through everything. It's because it's going to be another weekend. But at least you get the idea that the chakras are being regulated both by the ajna and by endocrine function.
Good explanation.
Mhm.
My head, okay, so my left side head feels a little funny, and it was the whole left side, and now the whole mid of forehead, and now parts of it is just now just the mid forehead. So it's like moving, it sounds like.
Yeah, like you are shifting around, like there's these minor chakras that you're doing on the sides of the head and then front and back. It will kind of shift things around a little bit. And we tend to have blockages more in the side head than we do in the front and the back, the back here. But somebody was asking about the back head earlier. It can happen anywhere. Right? It can happen anywhere, but the tendency is a little bit more on the sides. Yeah.
And go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Letty.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. How are y'all doing?
Hey.
Greg, just a quick question on
Yes.
all the chakras, since we have all the oils from the mystical approach.
Mhm.
I went with the basic. Was that a good choice for me?
It's a good choice for anybody. Basic's always good. I mean, any of them are kind of good, but basic has to do with like overall vitality and grounding the body, like the strength of the body. And it also allows for the body to be a little bit more flexible. Like sometimes the basic chakra can be very rigid, and that is actually what generates some stress. And so the basic chakra also, when it's strong, it makes the brain really strong. And so any of them would be good, but that was a good choice. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I thought you were going to choose. No, I'm teasing you.
Well, right now I need to be flexible.
Yeah. Basic's always good. Heart's always good. Ajna's always good. Those are really solid ones. Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much, Greg.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Greg, the left side head chakra and the right side head chakra. When we had discussed a couple of weeks ago about the residuals from my head impact on the ground,
Mhm.
you were having me do those chakras and forward to the temples in what I was doing. Tell me a little bit about is the side of the head chakra where most of the trauma might be stored, or is it? for
No, it's
me
just a
stored
way
in
to
the
kind
whole
of
area?
flood that one side of your head, like,
Okay.
yeah, and so anytime there's like a head impact, I usually go to the four corners, ajna, back head,
Yeah.
here, and then I look at the temple a little bit more, just because of the potential like sloshing of the brain.
Mhm.
And then after that, the thing with like head injuries, there's no template. Like I actually ran a study group, a research group back in like 94 or 95 or something, where we went into a center, and it was a center that was just all head traumas. And I ran a team where we were doing different treatments on different people, and there was no treatment that was the same. Like it was literally each case had to be evaluated, because it's too dynamic, and depending how they fell and how they maybe bumped their head a couple more times, or their age or their spine, or it was just some people didn't have all the bones in their face. Like it was it's
Just all over the place.
Yeah, it's every case. It's like the thing that I used to tell the physician that I would report to is like everything's a case by case basis. There is no template. There's absolutely no template at all.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's certain things you look for, but
Mhm.
anything goes. Anything.
Okay. All right. And I'd like to buy a worm. What are the stage 1 oils for the front solar brain?
Oh. Wait, what?
The stage 1 oils for the front
Oh,
solar
the stage
brain.
1 oils are the ones in here. Yeah.
So
And then
the-
the next phase we'll be doing things with Artemisia, mugwort, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
And then there's like a series of things that you use.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like if you wanted to keep it simple, but still kind of do that, like one of the more advanced things would be, it's not even in the class next weekend, but it's acacia. But I would do the first two phases for a little while.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, there's this series that we do with the organs of blood purification, and then the three, and then the Ming Men. But do this practice for a little while before we talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, then Brenda.
Hey, Dorothy.
Two things. The head trauma was just brought up. When I broke my knee, I hit my head first on a chair that was a back of a chair that was a metal chair. And I have a scar down here. I went to the hospital for all this stuff. But I didn't do anything about that. Was March 4th. And it is still so kind of sore, especially when I smile. I didn't know if I was so concerned about the knee. I just haven't done anything with that. I just let it heal as by itself. I could have gone and had some whatever, but I didn't even think about the trauma. I just thought I was okay. Am I okay?
Well, if you're still having pain, I would put some helichrysum on that. That's really good for scars and scarring. And you don't have any whiplash syndromes or anything, symptoms
Well,
or anything?
not
like
that I'm aware of.
How long ago was it?
March the 4th. So
Maybe rub some like spikenard or vetiver or something like that on the neck and on the shoulders. Yeah, sometimes The thing with whiplash is it doesn't always show up right in the moment, because whiplash isn't just the injury itself, but things like get inflamed and things get contracted, and then over a period of time, the muscles that work with it or against it, there's this slow kind of like kind of chaos that can happen where, something got contracted, so it overwhelmed something else, and then something else, and then something else. So usually the rule of thumb for me when I was treating whiplash is 6 months, you have a kind of an idea. A year, you have a pretty solid idea of how bad the potential neck / upper shoulders are. But the reason why to use like spikenard, valerian, or vetiver is, whiplash is there's a contraction, but it's basically an injury that is a muscle imbalance. Like it starts to cause this wave of muscle imbalances in the neck and shoulders. I'm not saying that you have it, but if you want to do prevention, myrrh, spikenard, valerian, vetiver are all how you would treat muscle imbalances. And so prevention is better than when it's like after the fact. You still can go through and treat it after the fact. It takes a little longer. Like right now, it's potentially incubating, right? And so, you look for irregularities in the breath. You look for headaches. You look for migraines. You look for blood pressure issues, digestive complaints, difficulty sleeping, difficulty swallowing, abnormal gait. Basically, like when you're walking, you're walking like this is your feet, right? You're walking. When you have a whiplash syndrome, you're walking, and then at one point, especially on the side that's compromised, you'll be walking and your foot will go. Does that make sense? Like your foot will just take this really wide step and then go back to walking. And the muscles that are involved in whiplash, that is one of the things when the trigger points get activated, is it starts to throw off your gait and it starts to throw off your inner ear. And so if you see any of those symptoms, I'd be a little bit more aggressive about treating it. But if you just want to treat it just in case, from time to time, just put a little bit of that on. It doesn't have to be daily. It could just be every once in a while. Marjoram would be okay, but like here, you're looking more for muscle imbalances. And so anything that would treat that, you know how we do the vetiver at the base of the skull? That would be a really good thing to do as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually where I started doing that, was in whiplash syndromes. Like when it's really bad, what I would do is do St. John's wort up on the base of the skull and around, just because St. John's wort's a very good blood purifier. And so you almost have to detoxify the inflammation out of that area. Then you would go through and do the vetiver and the spikenard and the myrrh. No need to do the St. John's wort. It takes a lot to do what I was talking about, and it's usually only in the extreme cases, but treat that area.
I've noticed that it was tight on this side. Now it's tight on this side.
Yeah, that's starting to be the imbalance. Yeah, that's exactly what starts to happen.
Oh, see, I never even made a connection.
Most people don't realize that some of their neck stuff is a whiplash because, when we injure ourselves, we always look at like, oh, I fell down, I cut myself, or I did this, or I did that, or oh, I wrenched my back. Whiplash kind of sneaks up on you. Like it's not the immediate injury, because even if it's a simple like this, back and forth, your neck muscles tighten up, especially your sternocleidomastoid. They tighten to reduce movement in case you've injured your your cervical spine. And if there's any bleeding, the tension reduces the bleeding. So after 48 hours, that's not necessary anymore, but your body doesn't turn it off. And so it just starts this cascading series of muscle imbalances that can happen. And so you just need to go through and unwind that. Like I said, pay attention to your breath, your blood pressure, headaches, migraines, any sort of jaw issue that might be starting to arise out of it, neck and shoulder things, abnormal gait, inner ear issues where you're starting to have loss of balance, anything like that. Like you just get more aggressive about treating the whiplash.
It was a really hard fall. And
Yeah, it sounds like if
my
you-
whole
if you
side
cut
turned
it,
black.
that was definitely back and forth, with the head.
I tripped over something that,
Mhm.
and I went straight forward, and the face was the first thing I hit.
Yeah, that sounds like a bad one.
Huh?
That sounds like a bad one. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to know what's in the 3 wise men.
Several different kinds of frankincense and a couple of different kinds of myrrh. So
Oh,
it's like
because
a frankincense supreme combined with a myrrh supreme to make 3 wise men. Yeah.
because you've got here frankincense and myrrh, but then you've got 3 wise men.
It's several different types of frankincense and several different types of myrrh.
Okay,
All
so it's better.
It's stronger. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, it's good to know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then go ahead, Brenda, then Tracy.
Hey, Brenda.
Hi, Greg. This has been an awesome day.
Yeah,
I
how'd
really,
you do this weekend?
it was just the next level or sorting, like the health raise was really significant.
Mhm.
I'm ending the day with this odd sensation on the left side of my head and neck. And I'm sure you won't think I'm crazy, but I see eyes.
No,
in
that's
that
not
area.
crazy at all. That's not crazy.
And
I mean, we did the 3 brain thing, and I quietly was sneaking in a little clairvoyant stuff for you guys. So part of the thing with clairvoyance, with this active clairvoyance, is you do the 3 brain thing, and then after that you do the thing with the side head, back head, forehead. It increases the potency of that. I wasn't making a big deal out of it, but I was sneaking in a little clairvoyance for you guys so that you're seeing eyes. Yeah,
Well,
that tracks.
Well, I just wondered if they were the surgeon's eyes that did surgery on my left ear for cholesteatoma.
It could be, but it's a very common thing with people, like when the clairvoyance starts turning on, they'll see eyes, or they'll see a big giant eye. It looks like a group of eyes looking at you, and you're just seeing some things in the inner world.
Okay.
The thing is there's beings watching over us that we don't comprehend or see, but sometimes in meditation or with clairvoyance, you get flashes of them. Yeah.
Okay.
Like when you see like a big giant eye, it's each and every person has you could say their own inner teacher, and you would probably not know them. And I use teacher as a very loose word, but you wouldn't know them. It's not like, oh, it's Socrates or whatever. It's these beings that this is their job, and they are helping with your spiritual growth and evolution. A lot of times the big eye, because they're much bigger than us, much, much bigger. And usually when you see the big eye, you're getting a flash of your teacher. And sometimes when you see the little eyes, or normal size eyes, it's more like there's like groups of like healing ministers that are associated with different angels. And sometimes you'll see like a little collective of eyeballs like looking at you, because they're like, adjust that a little bit, adjust that. Okay. Okay, now get her on her way again. You know, there's just like these little inner healing things that happen that we're not aware of, but they happen. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's helpful to clarify. And the follow-up question is on the health rays.
Mhm.
You said health ray was for the skin out, and the spasmophilia was skin to from the skin
bone.
to the bones.
Yeah.
But what's the connection to health rays in the brain, like the tentorium, the falx,
Yeah, you would still probably use more spasmophilia. I mean, health rays are still going to go in, but they don't go quite as in as the spasmophilia. And the spasmophilia goes out, but it doesn't go quite as out as the health rays. But like when you really want to get up and work on the brain and everything, spasmophilia would be a little bit of a better choice. And even if you look at the oils that are in there, you know, basil's one of them, Roman chamomile. There are oils that are very good to use on the brain anyway.
okay, and those are in the spasmophilia?
Yeah.
And
you know, even when we talk about, like, if, you know, we're talking energy now, like, you know, I try to, like, when I talk about things, I try not to make it too complicated because it's already complicated enough. You know what I mean? So if we're talking clinical, I try to stay kind of clinical. If we're talking energetic, I stay kind of energetic. So this is where we're starting to have two worlds collide a little bit. And, you know, we're trying to do it in a systematic way. But if you think about, like, basil, for example, is very good for stimulating mental function, stimulating cognitive function, very good for the brain, very good for stress that happens in the brain. And then you look at, okay, it's also good, it's a big part of spasmophilia. It's the energetic side of what basil does. Like, clinically, you could say it does these things. And then you go, well, if I step away from clinical, what about energetic? Energetically, it does those things, but for energetic reasons, not necessarily, you know, the physiology and the energetics are just different parts of the spectrum. But for our understanding, it's like hitting different pieces of that spectrum, and it's still doing the same thing no matter where you're at on that spectrum.
Right.
But you just have different explanations for why.
okay.
Like, you know, sometimes people ask me questions and I'll go, like, I'm trying to figure out, do I answer clinical? Do I answer energetic? Do I answer, you know, if I just like throw everything out, it's a little overwhelming and it's a little almost like confusing. So it's almost like best to kind of learn them each in their pieces. And then at some point you start to go, wow, this is all kind of similar. And then it starts to be easier to merge it all.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what of the health rays has to do with the lymphatics or the glial cells in the brain? Is that at all connected?
Chamomile would do it. Let me see what's in the formula. Helichrysum would do it. Roman chamomile would do it. Spike lavender would do it. I'm pretty sure spike lavender is not in this, but a regular lavender is. But let me look up what's in here. The Petitgrin would also do it. There's Petitgrin in there. Neroli would do it. Galbanum's good for the brain, but not exactly what you're talking about. But it does have a bit of poplar balsam in it. Poplar is really good for detoxing the brain as well. Vetiver, like, it's got roscus in it. Vetiver, maybe not so much for the brain on vetiver. I mean, it's good, but it's not necessarily targeting the things you're asking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank
Got
you
a bunch
so
of
much.
neroli in it too, by the way.
Oh,
Neroli is
okay.
very good for the brain as well.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Good,
much,
good.
Greg.
You're so welcome. And if you have more questions about that, let us know.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Tracy, then Deborah.
Hey, Tracy.
Hello. So, the I really, it's starting to like mellow out now, but I really felt like it's almost like my head was, there was just a lot of feeling and stuff in my head. It's like energetically, a lot of stuff.
At what point was that happening?
Before the last, mostly.
It was
but
the
then-
3 brain stuff.
Oh no, it was the next one after that.
Yeah, but still got emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels better now, and it's like I'm sitting here and I'm like, what am I gonna say? So,
Yeah, the
you know,
the 3 brain stuff starts making things move and shift in ways that sometimes we're not always used to. It's not bad. It's just like the rate is faster than what normally happens.
every time I feel it, it feels like, so maybe this is just part of that, because we've been kind of doing this a little bit, you know, for the last.
Oh, the
little
3
while.
brain thing is going to be working until you go to bed tonight. Like it's like once it's emotion, it's emotion.
Well,
Trust me,
when
I've tried to turn it off. It doesn't
when
turn
the head-
off.
when the head's been hurting,
Uh,
it's been up the left side of the, like the back of my head. To
like
the
back
side.
here.
Yeah, to the side of my, like up through the occipitals and up higher in my head. And then when it hurts in the front, it's on the left side. And that's been happening for a couple of weeks actually. And so every
So
time
treat
I do this,
treat your trapezius, and you know if you go behind your ear, there's that little indention behind your ear on your scalp.
yeah,
You feel that? Okay, put a little like vetiver or spikenard in that, and then rub a little bit of like marjoram or vetiver, like put it in your fingers and then rub it on the side of your head.
okay.
You might even need to do it in the jaw, but you could stop with the temples first and see. But you have like some radiating pain that's starting to activate some of the other trigger points.
Thank
Yeah,
you
you
so
could
much.
even do the base of the skull a little bit on the one side.
Okay. So
Do
spikenard.
you,
with
do you know
vetiver.
anybody that can get in and do that release at the base of your skull? You know what I'm talking about? Like
the cranial sacral release?
there's the cranial sacral version, but I'm talking about like old school osteopathic where they get in and they start moving it around and really.
You're
Yeah.
the only person I know.
Yeah, okay.
I wish I knew someone here that.
You know, there's those devices where like even if you just find like
I have one of those.
yeah, like just
The
lay on
red
that for a little
thing?
bit. Yeah, perfect. Try
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead,
Great
Deborah.
class, though.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
I'm wanting some insight, please, on why when we went through all the different parts and I was using tarragon as my oil, that I got so like restless.
Which segment was that for?
It was the second part of the blood purification. So it was what the regulation of that was
It's probably again more the thing you did before with the 3 brains.
Oh.
It starts like you start processing information that's in your psyche like that, and so it might have been a little too much for you. Like that's why like I was like, I want to be careful about not doing too much of this, like or doing like the stronger versions of it, because it gets it gets energy moving and it gets your brain really processing. And so, you know, you're coming off some situations that are difficult and we're starting to process things about those situations. You know,
Well-
like, I don't know if your situations have stabilized, but I remember you were having issues with the house and with the ex and all that stuff. And even though there might be a little bit of distance, there's still like a potential for something to flare up, or you're still working out some details, or you're still kind of processing your emotions from that situation. You know, it could be any version of that.
Well, I'm not bothered by, like, it didn't like scare me or anything.
Mhm.
I was just wanting to have some insight. So knowing that it's from the three brain part,
Yeah,
it's helpful because,
yeah,
you know, this whole process I've been doing, I've been really pushing myself. I'm
Mhm.
ready to put this stuff behind me. So I'm willing to go through the discomfort. So
Yeah.
it,
Well, don't make yourself too uncomfortable though. Like, I hear you. I'm right there with you. I love to, like, if a little's good, more is better. I don't care if I'm uncomfortable, but this one, you don't have to make yourself super uncomfortable. Like, if you set that in motion, it will take care of things. You know, like, you don't have to make it super intense. You know, I would say, because trust me, I've pushed the parameters of that practice. And when it gets overdone a little bit, the difficulty is that you start like you start pushing, and the drive starts to get so much that you don't let the body rest. And there's no benefit from that.
okay.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just like your body, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna keep going. Like, you know, if I do it at night, I'll stay up half the night, like writing, doing brain dump, and then I'm gonna go do, you know, some other thing. I figured out a better way to stack things on my shelf. Like, it's just wherever I put my attention, I just start innovating. I'm like, ugh, this is too much. Like, it's just too much. So let your body adapt, you know.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
did hit a wall, and a, a a healer friend said that sort of like what you just described, that there was so many details that I was
Mhm.
processing,
Yeah.
all overworking, and I needed to shift to more of my forehead, doing the work. So can I ask you one more question about the
Sure.
vertigo?
Sure. Yeah.
That was extremely helpful. The vertigo didn't actually totally, I didn't have a pause from it until
Mhm.
I finished yesterday. So this morning was the first morning where I woke up and I felt like, something is settled.
Oh, good.
Well, then we started doing the work today.
Oh,
It's back
yeah, try
again.
doing a lot of inhalations with hyssop. That a
Okay.
lot of times that will do it. I do have a blend for viral neuritis, and I'm not saying you have viral neuritis,
Yeah, yeah.
but you know, it's to treat like weird inner ear things, and so I rarely use it, but you know, if we need to step it up, but also just clean the ear canals, clean your throat and the throat minor.
When you say clean them, how are you meaning to do that?
Oils or with energy, either way.
Oh, so actually apply the oil?
If you're going to do it with oils, just do inhalation on the throat and the throat minor and the ear canals. And then if you're doing energy stuff, just do it on those centers.
Okay.
Mhm.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone's following up. I'm good. I'm okay. This was a really great weekend. Thank you. They're gonna eat a sandwich, do a salt scrub.
Oh, good. The person who was, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, good. Yeah.
They just said, I think I'm just really tired and
I
had
didn't-
so much energy moving around all
Yeah,
weekend.
it's intense, and like I said, I snuck in that little 3 brain thing, and it's a little much.
Go ahead, Lucinda.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey, I'm back again. I just had like a unique little thing happen when we were doing the last protocol, checking your left brain and then checking in with your right brain. I couldn't get in to my right brain, and then I realized, well, my legs were crossed and my left leg was
Oh,
above
interesting.
my right, and
In-
so I switched it.
Interesting.
It wasn't as good, but it was much easier. So just
Interesting.
so I don't know how those channels are all connected yet, but
Huh.
just a tidbit.
That's very interesting.
Question, did we use the lemongrass oil this weekend from the kit? I don't know where to use it.
I see so many oils. I don't know what people were choosing.
No, it was in the kit though.
Yeah.
Oh, because it was an
Yeah.
option,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
maybe it was not, okay. See what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Yes, we did. It was the very first one, the lemon complex, and then also the lemon verbena towards the very end.
Yeah.
Okay, so lemongrass complex was the very first one. Is that?
Yeah, that could have been. Yeah. Lemongrass. Lemongrass is also in, but yeah, it's in a couple of places.
Okay, so just anywhere in the workbook that
Yeah,
it
yeah.
says, just you can use it at those
Mhm.
points.
The lemongrass complex was on page 1,
Mhm.
number 2.
Thank you. And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
I think by the time we get through with these courses today and the endocrine and the immune and we're going to turn into a group of superhuman. This is so much. And so thank you so much. I've
You're so
learned.
welcome.
This has really been a wow weekend.
Oh, good.
Just going back, the small oil question is eucalyptus. Smithy, you were saying is almost as good as the woods that cost and the poplar and everything that cost so much.
For this particular protocol, yes. I mean, poplar would probably, I think that's in the aura, right?
I don't know. It's just
Yeah, I mean, the acacia and the poplar are a bit better in the tuberose, but eucalyptus smithy is close and it's cheap. The other
that's-
ones are not,
yeah, it's $10. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay. So therefore, going forward with the free classes, should I just grab a bottle of that?
That's a good one to have. Like, I mean, I use it in my bath, like I said, all the time, just because it's an inexpensive thing that I can go crazy with, and it's not, super pricey.
Oh, that just makes me happier than who knows what. And, that's what I was going to channel about this weekend. Golly.
Someone shared, I fell asleep the second segment on endocrine function for 30 minutes. It felt like I slept the entire night.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, good.
The marjoram really helped yesterday for the spine misalignment.
Oh, good. Yeah. That's a go-to thing for spinal misalignments. Yeah.
Okay, so Wednesday will be recorded. So anyone, what I'm gonna do is on Wednesday evening at 6 p.m. Central, I'll send the link out. Greg will be doing the Wednesday study group at 7 p.m. Central.
Right.
And then I'll get that information to you, just so you can mark your calendar. I'll put just that we are doing the Wednesday study group in the recording info. So,
And if you want to show up at 6 on Astara, we have 2 little half-hour segments. One will be a meditation doing some sort of meditation to do, a version of what we did here. And then the second segment, we kind of continue it, and then I do a healing, the group healing.
And you'll get that information in the newsletter. So
Yeah.
because you took the class, you'll now get our Monday newsletter. And in that Monday newsletter, it gives you the link for Greg's Tuesday Q&A session, and then also the Wednesday links, which includes those Astara ones he's talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. So, we'll do Q&A on Wednesday, and we might do a little practice depending on where you guys are at. And it's a way to do a follow-up after you've had a weekend like this. Usually some questions arise, and we'll give you some time and space to be able to answer those.
And it will be recorded. Sorry.
Mhm.
Yes. So I will record the Wednesday. I know not everyone can make it live, but it is great to make it live. It's interactive. And then any oils particular for Wednesday.
Just the things that were out of the class. Just whatever you were using today or yesterday, just have them available, because we don't know what's going to happen. It will depend on interaction with you guys.
And I do see these other questions, guys. I will be getting to them after we finish just like kind of the class stuff. So I see them. Thank you. I will get to those. And then go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
A couple of, so I have a network chiropractor, and a
Mhm.
couple of weeks. So he's been working on my spinal curvature and subluxations, and he's very good with neural and neuromuscular. Like 2 weeks ago, all of a sudden I took an extreme backslide, and it surprised him because he said he'd never had that before. And I'm not sure what's caused it. At the time it seemed like something hit me like in the solar plexus, and I almost had like a dry heave kind of a feeling. And
Is somebody upset at you? Like, I know there's always those family stuff going on.
yeah. I have family that's trying to take my mom's estate, and she's got
Yeah,
dementia.
it's probably related to
legally
that.
blind.
Yeah.
Wh-
Do the thing with the etheric cords, like cleaning the cords. Do that part.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm really having trouble with, my sister moved her to a second floor assisted living, and it's near a 15-foot unblocked stairway, and all the activities are, and she's legally blind, and she's 97, and she's got severe dementia, and it's like, what they're doing, it just really, I find it upsetting that
Yeah, I bet.
they would endanger her.
Yeah. Yeah, clean the cords. Like, do the cord protocol here.
Okay.
I have I am having trigger finger in my left hand, ring finger. Would this be related to whiplash, and what would be the best
No,
way?
I actually, the thing with trigger finger is it's crystalline deposits on the tendon and sheath in the forearm. So use something like Lovage or Arthrocare and rub it into the forearm and into the hand and into the finger. Because it could be anywhere from up here all the way up into the elbow. Terebinth might work as well. So if you have one of those, usually I use Lovage or Arthrocare, but Terebinth potentially could work.
Somebody had asked a question about cedar body tonic and cedar Theralotion. Would you repost that? I can't seem to find your question. Oh, found it. What does cedar body tonic or cedar Theralotion do?
So cedar energetically connects the heart and the crown, but also with stuff that we're talking about, physical stuff where we're going through and doing this stuff, is it helps move blood to the head. You know, it's a venous tonic. So it helps to keep the blood moving, especially if it pulls down in the legs. It does have a bit of a diuretic effect. It's very good for cleaning up joints. It has some lymphatic properties to it, so it helps unwind the lymphatic system a bit. So yeah, it's good for all kinds of things like that. It could also be just very fortifying. Yeah.
And go ahead, Catherine.
Hey, Catherine.
Let's get you unmuted.
Hi, sorry. I have a question about cords.
Mhm.
You had said yesterday that cords between families were always positive.
Well, you have positive ones and you can also have negative ones, but you know, because of biology and being born into a genetic line, also you would have cords between like close friends, people you have connections with. Those are positive cords. They could be full of dirty things, like, you know, negative things, but the cords are a little denser and it's what you would call a positive thing. Now, you can also have a bunch of negative cords between those people as well. You know, so the good cords can be contaminated quite substantially. And then the negative cords, they're actually not as dense and they're easier to get rid of. You know, like if you were really trying to disconnect from somebody and you were having to disconnect the positive cords, you actually need like a kind of a special, real specific kind of tool set to break it up.
Okay, my concern isn't about the positive ones. Actually, you know, in light of the conversation of the story that you told earlier about having a relationship that you had to absolve, it wasn't family, but you said it was just my story. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so
I remember it well.
Yeah. So I have that sort of thing, but it's with my family. And so I was
A little bit different
thinking
there.
that, it's so I'm a little
yeah.
confused.
So this is what I would say about that. That like ironbark eucalyptus or the Theracord blend, inhale it a bunch, inhale it like maybe daily or every other day. And the ones that are the problems, inhale it thinking of each person. Like go, like, you know, I had a couple of clients where I had them make a list and they would go through and just like, okay, first one, second one, third one, you know, in like a few minutes, and then they'd move to the next one. If you keep cleaning those up, it becomes easier to have distance with them.
Okay, so follow the protocol from today using ironbark eucalyptus or etheric cords.
Yeah, either one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either one. Great.
Etheric cords is a little stronger, but whichever one you have, like you know what I mean.
I have the etheric cords.
Yeah. Perfect.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're
Great.
so welcome.
Thank you.
I came in late today. I heard talking about brain injuries. I had 4 TBIs in a year and a half some years ago. Is there a quick recommendation for this?
No, there's not. I mean, the best thing you can do is like brain injuries really have to be evaluated case by case. There's no template for anything like that, but there's some things you can kind of do just to kind of help. Inhaling helichrysum can be good in those situations, rubbing helichrysum on the temples, the base of the skull, rubbing vetiver on the base of the skull, just unwinding some of the fascia. That can be good. Eventually, maybe using spike lavender, you know, not regular lavenders, but like spike lavender, but you would inhale it and kind of put it on the neck and the shoulders. But at first I'd start with helichrysum and like vetiver or spikenard into the base of the skull and even kind of up the back. And then you kind of have to look at what happened where and how the head moved and what issues are happening. But helichrysum applied, because helichrysum is going to undo the trauma physically, emotionally, a bit mentally, and it's very good for scar tissue, and it's very good for fascial lesions that can happen from the head movement or the impacts. And so you're kind of hitting a lot of different things at once, but you'll kind of have to touch your head and feel where things hurt, and it's not always in the place where you would think. And just kind of put some on your fingertips and rub it into the area, and keep in mind the jaws might be wound up or out of alignment a little bit. So even, I wouldn't rub them too hard, but like compress and release, compress, like more with your fingertips, compress, release, and that can be helpful.
Right. I'm asking about the impact of marijuana on the energy bodies.
It's usually very congesting. Not as bad if they're using it internally versus smoking it, but it just, especially smoking, will make the body really super congested. Any form of cannabis, like cannabis, CBD, marijuana, any of the different strains, the thing that it does energetically is it scatters energy. It's like sticking a firecracker in something and just like blowing it up. So cannabis, what we call CBD these days, is actually one of the top 20 herbs in Chinese medicine, but it's to really break up an area where there's stagnation. And so it can be used very therapeutically for a lot of different things, but especially smoking, very, very congesting. It will shrink the basic, especially smoking, and it will shrink the ajna. The solar plexus will get really super big. So a lot of health rays, like a lot of cleaning up the energy like that, and even things that make the energy a little bit more refined, like helichrysum, something like that, can be very helpful. Yeah. Ingesting it, it's not quite that bad. Yeah, but smoking definitely takes its toll.
Is the Corsican marjoram same as marjoram?
It's a little bit fancier marjoram from Corsica, so it's little stronger, got a little different scent, but it's traditional marjoram. It's just from a different region.
Is there a connection between cutting cords and soul retrieval?
Soul retrieval is very different than what you do with cords. Soul retrieval has more to do with what you do with the organs of blood purification. A bit of the arms and legs, but it's tied more to what you do in the blood purification patterns. Yeah. It's not really the soul that they're retrieving, it's just the name that they gave it, but it's just scattered pieces of, you could say the ego or the psyche, but it's just, it's not even that it's scattered. There's just parts of the mental body that get compressed. So.
What is spike lavender? Is it a blend?
No, it's not a true lavender, but it smells like lavender, and it has just some slightly different properties than lavender. Very good for cerebrospinal fluid circulation. It's used in some pain management syndromes, things like that, but.
The Cedar Body Tonic was suggested to use under spine segment. Does applying it to the body help with moving energy in the spine?
Yeah.
What is the difference between using the oils in therapeutic roller balls versus non-diluted?
So like if you're just dealing with like a little 5 ml bottle versus the therapeutic roller balls for inhalation, it's about the same. If you're applying them topically, sometimes you do need to put something in, like a little bit of a carrier. The roller ball's ready to go, where the like the 5 ml bottle would be a little bit more potent, but sometimes they can be a little too strong for the skin, and you might get a little like sensitizing reaction. And so the roller balls, the roller balls that we make, not other people, but what we make is 40% of it is essential oil, and then the other 60% is jojoba. So it's still pretty potent.
Can I make a body tonic of Health Rays and spray on?
Yeah.
And lots of thank yous and great classes. This person said, I liked the integrated approach. It makes so much sense.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome class. Thank yous. And thank you guys for being
Yeah,
here.
thanks for hanging out. Remember, Wednesday we're doing a study group. So join us if you can. If not, it'll be recorded. But thanks for hanging out this weekend, you guys.